Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural, balanced, energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural, original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for July 21st, 2021. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Cork, and along with each and every one of the participants, attendees, those in the dimension of energy that are here. You're all welcome to interact. And again, we want to thank the Brazilian team for creating a new background for us, although the old one was quite sufficient as well. But we have a slightly different look, and we thank the Brazilian team for this foil or background and a few of the others. Well, as we heard in the opening video, the universal body enhancement system is actually more than less is you. And this is what Mr. Keshe is doing with all of us, with humanity, opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. And of course, it's us who have denied that and more, even that we're made in the image of the Creator, more or less. So this is a beautiful time. Knowledges are being opened up, but yet the scientific community and humanity is not quite ready for many of these changes that are there in the background knowledges. But as Mr. Keshe said, he's going to make other moves in the background and we will see the results. We'll cover a number of clips in the 547th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, from, in a way, women to your fingerprints and a number of other things. But he's saying that we do have a lot of emotions, or this sense of emotion within us, that we haven't fully understood, and we've in a way hidden it from ourselves. And there's a lot more to understand. We'll cover some of the new products in the store today, but as usual, our first order of business is to read the World Peace Treaty. Are there any ones who would like to read the World Peace Treaty? You could try reading it in unison, but hopefully an individual would like to step forward and read the World Peace Treaty. And of course, this peace is a struggle. As we can see, Mr. Keshe has been walking on this planet for thousands of years, but we're talking about really the greater struggle or effort of creating or finding that peace within yourself. The lesser would be the larger community, as I understand it. But the main idea of this peace treaty is not to apply it to others, but to apply it to yourself. And one of the ways we can do this on a regular basis is to think good. Again, using the understanding of the three wise men: thinking, speaking, and acting good. I think this creates quite a bit of peace, and it actually nourishes others. So let's read the World Peace Treaty. If no one would like to read it, I certainly can. And of course, you can find this document on the Keshe Foundation website. You can share it with others, and it doesn't even have to be signed with a pen. It can be signed with the pen of your soul. And if you say, well, I don't even know the location of my soul, contact the Keshe Foundation or some of the knowledge seekers, and they'll point you a method of how to find that location of your soul. And of course, we have many, many souls within the physical body of the man, as well as in the soul of the man and the soul of physicality, and a lot of other souls that are interacting, from the environment to the creator, to the family, to the nation, to the planet. So there's many interactions going on. But the World Peace Treaty, we, as citizens of the earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether you're signing this for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, a body, or a soul. It's a quite easy structure. Simply put your name, your signature, if you want to sign it in the matter state, or you can just, again, sign it with the pen of your soul. And as we know, once we go into space, you'll most likely never see anything written. Again, on behalf of the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and this is a very important part, because I think this elevates the others in a way and confirms to you what you're agreeing to. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And see, we have a guest coming in. And if I can get the video up, I will. I was doing some yard work yesterday, and I came across another beauty, let's say, of the Creator that we might be able to show later. Actually, it's in the form of a tick. And this tick has a red shell with a lot of white spots on it, and it's very space age looking. But again, the Creator shows himself in trillions and trillions of faces, not only here on this planet, but across the universe. It's just us not understanding the Creator and the process of creation. But we are more and more. We've gained so much knowledge here, but yet there's so much knowledge yet to be understood. As we understand it, this knowledge of the universe and the creation and the expansion of the universe never ends. So your life doesn't come to an end at the end. It actually starts another beginning, but we haven't been really taught about all this except within the structure of the Keshe Foundations. And of course, Mr. Keshe is asking us not to consider taking any of these religions into space to become, I think he said mercenaries in the workshop, but I think he meant missionaries, where you're going to convert other entities and the rest of it. But it doesn't work that way in the universe. And apparently you'll be immediately isolated if you go and try that approach and converting others to your persuasion of the way the universe actually works with religions and the rest. So this is one of Mr. Keshe's books that he's been opening for quite some time, and I think there's more to be opened on these religions than has been opened already. Okay, as I said, I think the first thing we should probably do is go to the store. We do have some new products in the store, but before we go to that, let's see if we can mention something about these transmutation tests that are coming up. And again, this is part of the breaking down of the borders and moving us into the one planet, one nation structure, again, for world peace. One planet, one nation, one race for world peace. And so these transmutation tests, those who are participating in it are gaining some understanding. Perhaps some extensions are even being added. We just had the July session on Friday, and I didn't hit a grand slam, but again, I think there's work going on within my structure as well as my understanding these principles of transmutation. And perhaps we'll open that up a little bit more, but let's go to the workshop if we can. Again, here we go. I think we're at the right. And this was after the break where Mr. Keshe gave some instructions, and then we'll look at the new products that are being offered in the store as well. But this is part of the testing and what's going on in these sessions. Part of this is keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Whether I've made a great progress in this work is not as important as if we can keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, because the scientific team that's working with Mr. Keshe is learning more, and so aren't doctors and others in certain positions. So I didn't hit a grand slam, but I think I've learned a little bit more about myself in the process of transmutation. But I think I have quite a ways to go to figure it out. And we'll be working on this more intensely as the Isfahan conference comes into view in the next number of months. But I'm going to start practicing more dedicated in the next time right now, actually, and carry on into that conference and see if I can actually perhaps arrive in Persepolis. And that's what my intentions was on this transmutation test. And then I would hitch a ride in a way to Isfahan. But I don't think I did everything correctly. In a way, I felt I was there, but it wasn't similar to the test we went through in the reactor group, which was more vivid and more confirming to me. But I'm not giving up. As Mr. Keshe said, to become a master at this takes a long, long time. hopefully I don't have to go into a cave for 20 years. And I'm also hoping that others have done better than I have with this whole process. But anyway, this is the transmutation test. There's still 3 more left, and you don't have to be in any of the previous sessions to be part of this and to, in a way, be brought up to speed where the others are, or even surpass them. So I thought we'd hear a bit after the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, where Mr. Keshe made a few announcements about this and some new products in the store. And feel free to chime in at any time to add your understanding, take exceptions, or perhaps explain it the way you see it, not the way I see it. So we're all equal here, so nobody will take any offense on how you understand and what you understand. As Mr. Keshe said, it is a cookie cutter out in space. You sort of create everything the way you dictate. And this is why he's saying we don't need intermediaries, prophets, or the rest of them. As he indicated, between the sun and the earth, there is no prophet or messenger, other than the system operates the way it operates. So let's hear a little bit more about the transmutation tests.
Thank you very much. As usual, there are a few small announcements to make. The first one is that those of you who join us tomorrow in the session, please come with the 2 headsets. We follow the same kind of operation as before. The sessions will not be more than 1 to 1.5 hours. It's very intense. It's a direct interaction with the field. It's a new system which is developed to interact directly with the soul and nothing else. There's no intermediaries. You're right in it, and it's right within you. It'll be too much to extend it too long, and the system will be you'll be directly connected to a central energy without dimension. And it'll be interesting to see how you take and how you, you understand from it emotionally, and what you take with it. And then in the August and September, we'll follow in a deeper way, much stronger way, to create that dimension.
And don't forget, when you start exercising, you start out with the lighter weights, and then you add a little bit heavier weights to build up some bulk or to improve your bone structure and the rest. And this is perhaps what Mr. Keshe is doing, because he said they're going to, following this July meeting, they're going to, in a deeper way, much stronger to create that dimension in the August and September sessions. So these sessions are still open. This is an offer from the Keshe Foundation. And the most important part of it is to keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. So there will be some, as he said in one point, if I put enough energy into that universal body enhancement spaceship unit system, you will meet your own soul. And this is where it's coming. But we don't start out with the heavy weights. We're starting out in a way with the light weights. But again, this is just my experience and what I'm understanding about this whole process. And I'm still in the, let's say, the earlier classes of it. So this is what's happening. Let's go back to the video or the verbal.
This time, we have divided you into 4 or 5 sections with a much smaller, and we have 1 or 2 oddities in a time zone that you're all awake, you're all participant, and in a way, it's an interactive session. All of you should receive an email by tonight to give you the allocation of your time for you. The small groups, given certain time until we fulfill the whole group, the people who have registered, to what we call to participate in this, what we call transmutation session through the energies. And part of the teaching of today is refers, you will understand, with the work of tomorrow and how you interact. As I said, please bring 2 headphones. The headphones will be the same combination as before, but in a different structure. We spend about 5 minutes at the beginning. We start sharp. We don't wait for anyone because the other sessions need to be fulfilled. And in so many ways, we will transmute through the soul of the emotion of the man without the interaction of the senses. What this means, you up to now, you put the headphones and then we told you where you put one pair to your ears and one pair somewhere else. This time we don't put the headphones on the ear. There is no ear interconnection. One will be in the combination we show you in the picture tomorrow, and we give you a few minutes to facilitate, and then you directly fall in the deep end directly to interact. So we take that dependence on the sense of the sound away from the position of the soul, as you will be interacting in a different dimension and emotions with the whole system. Please convey back to us how you felt in the sessions, and we finish promptly, we tell you within a certain time, because we have to set up for the next, what we call, group of people to come. All should be easy to be done. There's not that much language differences, mainly of all speaking the same. And hopefully we try to bring all the groups of the same language together, that there is no need for translation. Be on time, and I'm sure many of you will experience something which you have never experienced before, because this time, more or less, your dimension of physicality has nothing to do with it. You will understand when we come to it tomorrow. On the other hand, today,
Okay, so I shared a little bit of what I experienced, although again, I think if I would have went back in there, I might have approached it slightly differently. But is there anyone who was there who would like to share anything about their experience? Let's start there. And then if there's anyone who connected remotely, if that's a possibility, without actually being in the session, if you'd like to share anything. Okay, if no one wants to add anything to that, again, it's I think the frosting is getting put on the cake, and the cake cannot be served until the frosting is complete. Or maybe we're still baking the cake. I don't know, but we're definitely coming into some adjustments, I feel, within my own structure. As he said, we're connecting some extensions in a way. For us to understand more. And I think one of my shortfalls was I was trying to see in the dimension of physicality instead of feeling the emotion of the place. Also, not interacting probably as deeply as I could have with the soul of that Persepolis and that area, and so on and so forth. And not thinking I needed to manifest myself in sort of the shape and the color, maybe with a different skin tone and the rest. I did a number of things, and but I didn't feel I had a huge amount of success. But as Mr. Keshe said, a number of these energies that go into your structure do take some time to settle, up to 28 days or maybe even longer, or sometimes even shorter. So just because we've made an adjustment, you may not see that adjustment. Again, between the soul and the emotions, let's say, in that sort of area where things are in a way reset to their original position in the womb of the mother for us, where we were in complete balance, as I understand it. So I still have much to learn and a lot more to practice of what I've learned already. Anyone else that tried to connect remotely or was in the session and they'd like to share their experience?
Yeah, this is and I just had some red beet and my throat is a little bit sore. Anyway, I think for me it was more like letting go instead of going somewhere or doing something. At first, I started out the session sort of in a turbulent emotional situation because of everything that happened right before. But by the end, I was perfectly super calm, but I wasn't really paying attention or looking for anything in particular or looking to go anywhere in particular. I just handed over the controls. And
Okay.
so whatever happened, happened.
Yes, you can allow that soul to take use its emotions, no question.
Yeah. So that's because I'd like to usually be in control and run things. So I said maybe I just let go of it and let it be. And what I did experience very, very deep calm and peace. And when the session was over, I wasn't done wanting to feel this. So I stayed and felt that quite a while longer.
You mean you didn't want to come back into the dimension of physicality? Sounds
Exactly.
like. Wow. He mentioned that as well, that a number of people may want to stay in this dimension of, as we see in the creation of the Universal Council, the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence, rather than come back and feel the pain and what you see and the rest of this on the shortcomings on this planet. But that was nice. You had a respite in that area. And I felt in a way very peaceful as well through the whole session, although I was a little frustrated that I wasn't able to manifest myself. But of course, again, to become an ace pitcher or anything else, it's not developed in a month or a few months and the rest of this. This takes quite a bit of practice
How do
and
you know you
understanding.
didn't? How do you know you didn't manifest yourself?
It just, again, I felt I was there in a way, but it was very cloudy, and it wasn't like the experience I had in the reactor group, where immediately I felt the soul rattling in the top of the head. There was an expansion. I was in one place, I was in another place, I was in a third place, and then I was back at my kitchen table. And whether that took 10 seconds or 15 seconds, I think it was just a taste of the transmutation in the dimension of energy. But I was able to see, not so much probably with the eyes, but with the emotions, but I wasn't able to pull this off this time as deeply as I thought I might. So obviously I'm not understanding all the principles, and it's going to take more practice. But I thought that was,
Maybe
yes,
you want it too much.
maybe I did. Yeah. Yeah.
Sometimes I think when I want something too much, I try to make
Yeah.
things happen and then they don't happen, or
Correct.
they don't
Correct.
happen the
But I
best way.
think the bigger work was going on inside my structure.
Right,
I think
right.
as well. Adjustments are being made. And again, we don't know, we're not getting a lot of feedback as far as individually what's happening. Collectively, we know we're reaching certain points, but I'm sure we'll hear more in the coming days and weeks about people that have gone through it. Or again, some people may not want to share their experience at this point. They're very private and they want to keep it private, and that's no problem at all.
Yeah, and you know, when I wrote my report at first, I didn't think I experienced anything because I had a sort of a preconceived notion of what it should be like until I realized it all was happening. And it was just the emotions.
But we all are entering into a process that very few on this planet have experienced, at least in the conscious dimension. We know we're doing
Right.
the transmutation we're all doing it every day, including the animals, when you go to sleep. You have an interaction, or this is the work of the soul. So we're all doing it. Now we want to be able to dictate it consciously of happening. Yes, Gail.
I'm just trying to remember some of the things that Mr. Keshe was saying. does it mean that we're trying to interfere, and we interfere from the physicality or the soul of physicality instead of making our needs clear or our emotion clear to our soul of man, and then letting the soul take over? That's the hard part. That's the fear. That's what I'm remembering it.
Yeah, I don't have the fear of doing it. It's just that I'm not, something wasn't fully connecting. Or again, this is a process. And
Right.
I'm trying things, and what works for me may not work for you. So for me to tell you exactly how to do any of this, as he said in the last workshop, you write the rules. There are no rules. It's up to you and what you feel comfortable in doing, and opening up these energies within your own structure. And there's plenty more, and there's plenty of emotions in this sense of sense, if we could call it that, that we haven't, or we've hidden from ourselves. So these things are gradually, again, I use that example of Michelangelo and the painting on the ceilings and the so on. That wasn't finished in a day or a week or a month. It took quite a long time, and a lot of people painstakingly working on this project. So, but again, it's up to you. You're the last man standing. And
Right.
that's why he's trying to get us to work with our own energies, not so much me tell you how to work your energies. Okay, and there are some new products in the store. Let's see if we can cover those and share understanding of what they're about. He says it looks like a GANS, but it's a different material, and it has a different level of work. I think we'll come into this now. There's 3 new products. I think it's called the Cycle. One is for the menstrual cycle, and one is for burn. And I think the menstrual cycle includes the migraine headaches and the rest. And then there's one for eyes as well. Again, there's not a lot of big description about them. It doesn't say exactly what the material is, but they've been tested in the background, and apparently they work quite well. Any comments? Yes. Arm, did you want to make a comment on these?
No.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So let's hear a little bit about these 3 new products. They're inexpensively priced. You can use them for yourself. As Mr. Keshe said, these are not products like the pain pen to share with others, because once you touch them, apparently it locks into the fields of your structure and the structure of the brain's energies and the rest of it. So sharing this with an other doesn't particularly work, as I understand it at this point. And many of the systems within the Keshe Foundation are single use. That doesn't mean you can only use them one time, but it's for one user, because your amino acids, your fields, in a way, get linked to whatever system you're working with. So to share with 2 may cause you or them some issues if your energies are transferred to them or their energies are transferred to you. But it's so amazing what he talked about, this breathing at the end, and we're going to play that clip about how you breathe out and I breathe in. We all understand that, but the emotions affect each other as well. Apparently, they're put into the breath, your breath, and it applies to the ants and the plants and everything else on this planet that breathes. And so he said you're not breathing, it's not a recycled air, it's recycled millions of times. And this breathing has energies within it and emotions within it, which apparently get transferred from one to the other. So this is another amazing understanding. We knew that we share the air, but I didn't realize the emotional aspect of that as well. But we're going to continue on. I'm certainly not giving up. And as Mr. Keshe said, to be a master of this takes a long, long time. So we're only in the very early stages of this. And I think as he's preparing us perhaps to handle higher or stronger energies, this is also somehow going to I forgot exactly what I was just going to say, but it's like you're getting prepared for to put the final touches on, as I'm seeing it. Little things are being added, and as I just stated, the energies take some time to settle in. So what I'm seeing today may not be what I'm seeing within myself next week, because these energies, the body has to actually accept them. Again, this is all being done on the emotions and the energy and the sort of soul level interaction with this system. But again, it's a technology. It's just not something that's not a technology. And we've heard the masters in the past, but they were never able to teach it much or to share it much. But now the foundation has developed this into a technology that can be shared with everyone. So that's why keeping the Keshe Foundation free, I feel, is one of the most important aspects. Even if I don't readily achieve it in a short time, hopefully my being there in interaction, or anyone else who's there, will lead for others to be able to do more with it. And that's fine if others elevate above my elevation. Yes, Gail?
Sorry, Mark, my
Okay,
system
that's
went off and now didn't
okay.
shut. Okay,
But you're
thanks.
still co-host, which is good. Okay,
Yeah, it was quite quick.
okay.
Thank you.
Yes, and how prophetic Mr. Keshe was in the previous workshop about telling us about these computers and the clouds that can be formed around them, and the connections and the loss of service. And within a week, we've seen, and I think Bangladesh is still out, and there's probably some other areas of the world that the internet is not functioning. So back up your systems, very important. Let's go to the new products if we can in the store. He said these are part of the transmutation as well in the future. I don't quite understand that. If anyone does, feel free to share with us your understanding.
Same process to expand the technology in a deeper way, in a different way, but through the same principle. Keshe Foundation has launched 3 new products. We have called it on the names of them. These products never been launched by Keshe Foundation this way. We call it Trinity System. It is in a way for a specific use, but the material is emboxed, is embedded in a glass jar, and you put 2 glass jars in the same container. Outside it, inside it is your decision. And then you use the water content for the application which is done, which is set for.
So it's very simple. These are glass jars. They're sealed. Don't try to open them up. You don't take this material out. You get, it looks like 2 with each one, I think 225 ml. Let's just click on this one. It says 50 ml in usage. Yeah, 2 by 25 ml. So you're creating an interaction. One is most likely stronger and the other is weaker. And so it's creating an interaction of fields. He said leave it in the water for 20 minutes or whatever, and you can wash the water. One is for sight, one is for burns, and one is for the menstrual cycle. And these are not expensively priced, especially when you realize how some women go through such a huge increase or decrease in or adjustment in hormones in this period, and they're looking for feedback. He's saying it's a 6-month usage. I don't know if it depletes itself in 6 months. He calls it a GANS here, but in the actual workshop, he said it looks like a GANS, but it has a different structure and a different working. But let's go back to the video. Feel free to come in if you'd like to explain more about these products, if you do understand it. I'm sure you'll receive an insert within it giving a bit more details about that, especially not sharing it. And it does appear innocent enough to share it with others, and this is what we talk about. But apparently, as soon as you touch it, this locks into your own structure and your own fields of the brain as well, I think. So this is why it's a separate use. What about menopause? I'm not familiar with that, but I know that's a whole, and men go through menopause too. I understand it. I'm not sure. Anyone want to help, Misty? Anything about menopause? Maybe that's a question for Mr. Keshe as well. But let's continue.
Is for what we call the cycle, which is something we want to understand because this will affect a lot of women, especially in the menstruation cycle, that you can apply the water over the body. This is the natural water you put in. You just drop the 2 jars.
So this is the one he's talking about here, the Twinity Cycle GANs reserved for water dispenser. Very simple process, and all you do is use the water to wash yourself or your body. I didn't hear him say about drinking it, but mostly external use, as I understand it, at this point. But there is more to share on this, I'm sure.
2 glass jars in the water, and you, in a way, wash yourself with it. The minute you feel the cycle of the pain, which is usually a pattern of it, then you wait for half an hour to an hour and see if the pain through the emotion of the soul has changed. You can wash your head because a lot of women go through migraine or headache. You can wash at the same time with the same water in the head. Wet your head with it, which connects the soul of the man to the soul of creation of the man together. This is a very important test for us. We would like you to feedback to us how it felt, how effective it is, that in the next cycle we change it if need be. But we don't think there is a need for a change.
So again, he's not telling you exactly how to make this, but you're welcome to use it. And especially those cramps, I guess, can be quite debilitating in the menstrual cycle. I remember as a young man, I remember girlfriends and others going through this time where we saw quite a change in emotions and interactions. So this has some sort of balancing and relief from the pain of the cramping, I think, in the rest. And for €99, if this works, this is quite a, in a way, a godsend or a Keshe Foundation sent technology that can be applied without any side effects. This is all natural fields. Let's hear the next problem. And again, migraine in this first product.
It's the same as what we explained today in Trinity Cycle. These containers we send you is not openable. Do not try to open them to get the material, because this sits in as part of embedded twin system, and it just works with the fields of energies. It's like the GANs systems we sold before. You put the bottles outside and you change the water inside. But you can keep it outside the jar, you can put it inside the jar together, but create a distance between them and leave them for about 10-20 minutes and then use the material. We have created a second such a thing for.
So this is a very similar procedure to the replication cup, where you have different ganses and they would be on the outside of that replication unit, and you'd create different energies with them. Obviously, if this is a Twinity system, one is stronger and one is perhaps weaker. And this is very similar to me in the way the energies of the soul of the man and the soul of physicality in so many ways, where obviously the soul contains much more energies than the soul of physicality or the body itself, even though the body contains a huge amount of energies with these multi-trillions of cells. Each center has an energy within it. But this is an interaction of two different fields. As he showed with that gold Gans, and he put on Eleonora, one was 75 in the percent active or rich, and the other one was maybe 90 or 95%. So this is the interaction of the two energies together. And this is what he was talking about in the workshop, in the interaction of the auras with the environment energies, with the souls, with the different things, family and the rest of it. So let's hear the rest of the second product.
Sight and for what we call pain, which means for the sight, you can wash your eyes. We can wash inside, doesn't matter because it's a pure water. Then you
Let me back that up a little bit, maybe a minute or so. Oh, sorry.
GANS systems we sold before, you put the bottles outside and you change the water inside. But you can keep it outside the jar, you can put it inside the jar together, but create a distance between them and leave them for about 10-20 minutes and then use the material. We have created a second such a thing for sight and for what we call pain, which means for the sight, you can wash your eyes. We can wash inside, doesn't matter because it's a pure water. Then you wash the back of your head with it, which allows energy transformation. We would like to see how effective and how it works with you and report it back to us. These will be the new generation of the materials that in the future will put out in a different shape or form. The same is what we call with the third one, which is in a way, when you have, let's say, a burn, you put one on one side of the skin and one on the other side of the skin. And these are especially.
Now, the burn one sounds like you're not putting it into a container. You're actually using it on one side of the skin and the other side of the skin. So if you burn your hand, you'd put one on the front and the back, or put your hand in between them and allow it to interact with that burn and that pain. Anyone understanding something different? Or can they expound on this? Okay, let's continue.
Produced to bring the trust of the man, the work of the thing, in the process of the field transmutation. Because later on, we bring these into another dimension of the use for those who go through transmutation in a different shape or form, in different mixtures.
Yeah, I don't quite understand that. He's saying they're going to use these in different shapes and forms to go through the transmutation. Anyone clear on that? Or can expound? So there's obviously other dimensions within these containers that can be used in the future. Maybe they'll be reformulated or added to or whatever. I'm not sure exactly. But these, especially the cycle GANs, if you know a woman who's having such a stressed time, maybe even missing out at work or missing their educational classes or the rest, or just upsetting the family in a way, and they don't understand why they're acting out. And we know it's the emotions, they know it's the emotions, but there doesn't seem to be any sort of balance found. I'm not okay. Misty says, what about menopause? I don't know. And or cataracts. Yeah, it would seem the cataracts may be something for the eyes. I think Mr. Keshe has to open it up a little bit more, but it may encompass many different types of things like perhaps glaucoma or cataracts. I am not actually sure at this point. And if you click on it, I don't think it gives much of a major description here. And again, these are for test purposes. So I think it's, again, keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, that the scientists, the team working with Mr. Keshe, can understand more of how these products are interacting with the body of the man or the soul or the energies of the man.
These are not the usual, what you call ganses. They look like it, but they have a different structure and different purpose. And this will bring you a new dimension. Even those of you who suffer from migraine, you can use the site and test it and tell us how it is.
Okay, so migraines can be helped with the cycle one, or they can be helped with the site one as well. So that's another point that you should know.
Forget you put these 2 jars in a glass of water. Do not use metal containers or metal cups. Use a glass one. Most of us have this glass tea making systems at home. Just put in there for not to fill up to the cap, just in the glass part, and leave it for a while. And you will shake it in there and then test the water and let us know, because this will bring us to the next dimension of the work in what we call for Washington. We know exactly why we put this out and why we put it out this time.
Okay, so that's another clue right there that this is put out for the work in Washington, which he did say if we don't show the transmutation in Isfahan, we will attempt to show it in Washington, or maybe this is another dimension of the work. Again, Mr. Keshe doesn't reveal everything all at once. It's step by step we're understanding more, but these are beautiful gifts, especially if you know parents, or you hear a conversation where they say that, you know, their daughter or whatever seems to every month there's a huge issue around the house, the energies change, and this could be a very inexpensive, beautiful gift to someone. And we'll have to ask more about this menopause as well, Misty. I'm not sure. Anyone else want to add anything about these products? I'm sure nobody's gotten them yet. They've just appeared in the store. But again, it's another work through energies and nothing else, pure field energies, as I understand it. We finish.
And I hope you enjoy it and give it as a gift to any woman who suffers from these kind of abnormalities, to anyone who suffers with a side problem, anyone who needs, in a way, understanding of the sense of emotion. And the same is with the pain. When you use the pain one, it's the same way. When you put it on the hand, wash your face or wet your head with it and see how it changes, how effective it is. Do you feel the same emotion, the same senses? We have tested this in a different way and it's always been successful. Now we bring it out in a, what we call in a new trials for all of you, for all of you.
So does anyone know a family that could use this? Maybe we can try to bring some of this into and help you with that. These are fairly inexpensively priced. I know everything is getting tighter and tighter, but the pain relief, the cramping, the emotional imbalance would be quite a blessing. We may hear a whole family report how their daughter or daughter-in-law, maybe, who knows, has changed and become more balanced during this time of menstruation or during the cycle. And this is the testing. Perhaps someone with chronic pain also may benefit from these. So there is a number of uses, but it does seem like it's a 6-month, in a way, trial where you can try these. But I think the most important part is not to share them with the others because, again, it's mixing energies. As he said, this is a one-user type of product. Okay. I thought we'd go to the conclusion in a way of the workshop. Let me just see what we can do here. And I think it was at, was it 44 minutes, somewhere around there, where we can just hear the conclusion of the workshop. And then I'll leave it up to you to go back and hear the rest of the workshop in a way, which is a very short one. As he said, we're keeping it quite short today. But let's go back to about 44 minutes to the end, and we'll hear Mr. Keshe's concluding remarks on this. As he said here, the teaching of today is very short, but it has a lot of meaning, as they all do. remember, Mr. Keshe said this centuries won't be long enough for mankind to open up this knowledge. It'll take thousands of years. And so just by that statement alone, and in others in other places, we can see how deep and how many more understandings are to come out of this knowledge as we continue to explore, or future humanity will continue to explore these teachings and connect them with the books and the patents and the papers and the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. There's a lot to connect here. And so we're just in the beginning of it in so many ways. So let's go to about minute 44. I'm at 43:59. Let's see if it coincides. And thank you for the creators of the transcript, all of you who create transcripts for the Keshe Foundation. We appreciate this, and it becomes a very pedagogical tool, a teaching tool in a way for all of us to learn more and to see what's been said and writing. And this process is usually in the past has taken weeks or even months to put one workshop together. Now with the AI system and with some obviously learning curve, it's become a beautiful and shortened process. And maybe 10 people working on a workshop or 8 has just come down to 1 or 2. So thank you so much for creating these through AI and other systems.
Give and not part to take.
Okay, here we go. This is the teaching.
Today's teaching is very short, but it has a lot of meaning. And if you understand this, and if you understood this, you already have started becoming a passenger of the universe, a transmuter. But then you have to understand how you use these new senses. The emotion of physicality in the interaction with the emotion of the what we call the soul of the man creates the face of the man. And in interaction with the soul of its mother, which is the feeder of the creator of the environment for that life to live, gives the physical manifestation, shape, and figure. And then you understand how the next level works in respect to the fields of the soul of the man and its creator. In a way, the way the teaching goes, the way the process of understanding is, there is no way but for us to bring man gradually to understand the ways you live in the space. How to look for energies that allows the soul to survive, that it can identify it by itself in the dimension of physicality, and at the same time keep the integrity of the knowledge to one zone. I hope you understood this. I hope, my biggest wish is, once you understand this, using the sense of the emotion of the creation, man will walk away from the religions and with all the conflicts they have created. We go for a break, we come back and try to answer any questions. But please remember, you are in charge of that sense. You are in charge of the new sense of emotion, which you always denied. Test it, learn from it, understand it, and teach it. Thank you very much, Vic. If you can take us for a break and we come back.
Okay, so a lot about this inertia interacting with the soul of the planet, this emotions in a way, or the sense of emotions. I haven't fully understood that, but it does seem like he's providing some gifts of to women in a way, and he's also where we can go. Women, and this is from a Polish knowledge seeker who's been creating some of these little clips. Very similar to what we do here, why women are closer to the soul. And I think as he said, he feels sorry for the men because women are such supreme multitaskers. But he's talking about bringing more of an equality between men and women. And this is a beautiful gift with the cycle GANs, if you want to call it that. But also, he went on to say more about this way women work and what men can, how men can perhaps understand a little bit more. But he calls for an equality between the two, more and more of an equality. Anyone have any thoughts or questions? As we always say, feel free to come in. Okay, and this is a clip in itself, so we don't need the, or maybe we will use the transcript here. Let me just move this into a different position. Okay. And men, perk your ear up a bit. Let's just take that down.
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Hello, all. My question regards the emotional intelligence of men and the emotional intelligence of women. And us fellas have a lot of work to do to get in touch with our senses, our emotions. And I just wonder, Mr. Keshe, whether you're seeing better results from women in terms of their connection with the soul and that sort of more feminine connection to the emotions, and what sort of work do us males have to do to sort of connect in with the soul and our emotions in order to make the most of the new technological leap?
I'm sorry for you as a man that you feel this way. They say the more you practice, the better you get at it. Men are single taskers and women are multitaskers. When you're multitasking, you increase certain emotions because you have to react. You shout at the husband not to do, at the same time you love the child, at the second time you're cooking and you're putting your soul into it, and you give a man to do the cooking, to look after the children and do the loving of the wife. It becomes very possible. The food burns, or the child falls somewhere and a woman is shouting, what happened, what about me? Multitasking of women, it gives them an advantage in the development of the soul. And they cannot do anything about it. This is maybe one of the reasons on the cover of religion.
Does any woman want to explain why the multitasking adds an advantage to improvement of the soul or working with the soul? It gives them an advantage in the development of the soul. We do have a number of women here. Would you like to share anything about that?
Law, we try to tame them. We try to put a hold on them because us cannot do as a man in the physical dimension. And so we can't do much, but the best you can do is reach equality. Otherwise, it's heavily loaded to the other side. Heavily loaded. And to cover that, we have broad traditions, we have broad rules, we have broad religion. Half of the religion is about how to control a woman, that the man stays on the top. So, is partially by nature we are in this position, and harshly we nourished it by to be equal, whatever. In the families where the husband and wife share everything, from raising the child to cleaning the house, enjoying the holiday together and the rest of it, you see a respect between the two. In the families which one rules, you see fear, and the house always, what do you call it, runs on one leg. And you see it in the behavior of the children. The children are the best source of indication of how parents behave inside. And when the mother rules, you see different behavior. When the father rules, you see different behavior where everybody's under fear. And there is no way you can correct it unless we change dimension back to equality, to peace. And that takes a long, long time. In Islam, a woman is half of the man. In Jewish religion, woman doesn't exist. In Christianity, we respect for them because of the Mary, but in no law we put them equal. European laws, even still today, is sided towards the men. Wages are more for the men than the women. And we see this in the West and in the East the same. We can't get it our way, we beat it up. I think we have to stop beating our emotions to senses that you live in equality. And it won't happen overnight. It takes generations to bring these kind of things forward.
Very good. I knew you'd have an interesting answer. My second
I don't have
question.
any, this is what is the truth. You know, go to Dubai. It happened to me when I was sitting in a hotel in Dubai. An old man was walking. Behind him was an old woman, and then another woman, and then a very young girl at the end. I said to the guy next to me, my God, look at this, he's old. He said, no, the other one is wife number one. The last one is she just married, 15. I know the guy. There were 4 women chasing one old man because the religion says you can do so. We done it, we covered it in the name of the religion. We hate them, do everything else with them, but don't cover yourself. It's very interesting. In Dubai,
I think that's very interesting as well, that once women understand that the religions are in a way to keep the man on top, to subjugate the woman in so many ways with these rules and those rules that don't apply to the man, that in a way they say this is not fair and it's not an equal religion. This has all been structured to keep the man on top, so to speak. So I would think women would have more of a tendency, once they understand this teaching, to actually walk away from the religions. And this is what Mr. Keshe has been hoping for, that more and more will walk away from this structure in a way of abuse, of not only the woman, abuse of the man as well. And all of us are getting abused for lack of knowledge and not being allowed to find out about the soul and the way we actually work and the rest of it. So as he says, these religions are cashing out your pocket and your soul.
today man can have multiple affairs and a woman become adulterous and has Islamic punishment for it. Where is the balance? Because the man covers on the religion. You ask yourself how the king of a nation can have 82 children from as many women and still be a king under Islamic law. That's the king of Saudi Arabia, the previous king of Saudi Arabia. And it's the same we see with rabbis. And the religions, on the other hand, Christianity is the same. In Austria, there's a very famous saying. They say, Austrian priest has one wife. The Catholic priest has the whole village as a wife, and the name of the religion, and he has to stay a bachelor. We fool ourselves, we don't want to accept the totality. And we cover down the religion. When we do that, when we come to understand, to rely on the soul of the man, when he goes talk good, think good, and act good, it becomes one man, one woman. No worries about equality, because one loves equal the same. Ethos of Mitra is the best ethos for humanity, and it works to all of the universe. Then you don't need religion, because it's all one.
Okay, any thoughts or comments on this? Again, I think he's trying to create more and more of an equality between the two. But that, in a way, we've heard that in the Christian religions as well, that the woman's place is this and the man's place is this. And again, under the guise of religion, they have usurped authority, in my understanding. And again, this is just my understanding. Anyone want to comment on this? Okay, I'm looking for the final question that was asked by Jalal, but I don't seem to have it here. So I think we're going to go to a very high compliment Mr. Keshe paid to the nation of Iran. We know he loves the nation and the rest, even though in another part of the workshop he's lost some confidence. I'm sure that hopefully will return in the future. But he said this is the new president elected in Iran is the most educated world leader the world has ever seen. So I think this is another beautiful piece of knowledge that's been added by Mr. Keshe, and what's actually going on here, or at starting to go on here. I know he said in time that these Ayatollahs and the rest will end up twisting this individual into a shape that he's not comfortable with. But let's hear this little clip. Oops, that is not the clip I wanted. Okay, we're going to, in that case, we're going to go to the one about the fingerprint. And again, there's a lot of tells in the physicality. As Mr. Keshe said, you can see how the man walks, carries himself. When you shake the hand, you can feel certain energies, the construction of the physicality, the position of the Adam's apple in the throat, the shape of the ears, a number of tells. And then the way the thumb points in and out was another interesting aspect, whether you're a taker or a giver. So there's a lot of tells, and then you have to look at the fingers as well. But I thought this was just another very interesting knowledge being shared of how you can sort of see what you're dealing with by the way that structure was created. Fingers, ears, throat, and probably a number of other things that you can observe that haven't been shared. But this is a way of, in a way, reading a person or looking for tells in a way. I know gamblers do that a lot, where they look for certain signs in the other one playing cards and they call those tells. Well, our physicality manifests these tells, but most people are blind to it. But let's hear a little bit more about this understanding.
So are you ready for other questions now?
I'm ready and able, yes.
Okay. Let me see here. From Freed. Okay, actually start in YouTube with Malcolm, who says, Mr. Keshe, you speak about the fingerprint of the soul. What's the greater meaning behind the fingerprints, how they spiral, and why is that sphere only there on each tip of the toe, or each tip and on toes? Blessings.
explain?
Well, I guess he's trying to make a relationship between the fingerprint of the soul and the fingerprints of ourselves, of our body, that of our fingers that spiral around and on the tip of the toes as well.
Yes, I understand. A long time ago, some 10, 15 years ago, maybe less, we looked at the behavior of the man and the fingerprint. And then the emotion of the man and the fingerprint. And then in that process, it came the structure of the hand and the behavior of the man. And if the fingerprint changes in a different way compared to the emotion of the man. If you have come to the Sensano, or if you have come to in Austria, in Belgium, Nino, and you met us through the series of the development of the wellness side. Most of the time, when you came in the first time, there was one common question which was asked, but gradually it became the pattern of the work, because it works through the emotion and it works through the fingerprints of the soul of the man. And the best way to put it is, I always ask people, I told some people I meet, I ask, can you just open your hand? Fist it and open it.
I did this with Mr. Keshe. I think it was in Manchester, one of the first meetings, and he only looked at the hands for maybe about 10 seconds each, but he said, yes, you're a giver, but you still want to hold on to the physicality.
And the way the shape of the fingerprints are is a combination of physical manifestation and emotion. And our technology of today does not see the emotional fingerprint. I explain to you what it is. You have a fingerprint and you have all these lines, whatever shape or pattern. But if you look at the finger, which is indication of totality of the work of connection to the soul of the man, but the emotion of the man, you have sections where the body bends or the finger bends. The emotional fingerprint are the lines which are created along this. This part hardly, if ever, changes because it's fixed through the soul of physicality and the physicality. But this changes because it's connected to the emotion of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. Then you have another characteristics, which is the connection between the soul of the physicality and the soul of the man in the dimension of physical dimension, is that I try to draw this side where you can see it. You have your little finger, and next to it, and next to it, and your thumb. The position and the way these stand will give a lot about your intention, which is part of the what I call the sort of the emotion of the physicality. So you have your fingerprint. You cannot change it. That's your physicality. You have the dimension of the soul of the physicality in respect to your, what I call, soul of the man, the emotion. And then you have the hand which creates these lines. With the people who are very giving, they have no interaction soul physicality. They're what I call flatliners. The finger is straight, all 5 fingers. The ones who are, if you look at the thumb in respect to the hand, if you look at it, are the 5 fingers. The shape of the way the thumb sits, is it this way? Is it straight? Is it bending forward? Gives the emotional expectation of the man from his society, from his environment, in inertia. And this has a huge understanding and effect on how you see the people. This is changeable because you can change the emotion of the man. These lines are changeable because the physicality sees in the dimension of the soul of physicality. This is physicality, will never change. It's inertia. It stays as it is. And when you open hand of the man and you look at it, does the hands go straight? Fingers. You don't go, these people push it straight. You see it goes bending in. Is your finger pointing out away from the center of the hand? Is it straight? Is it bending away? Is it bending forward? Is it totally fold inside? You see some people, what we call the thumb is like this to the center of the hand. These are grabbers. These are the people who are thirsty for possession, to hold on to. The guy who you see with a finger thumb moving away is the giver. No attachment. I don't need anything. The one you see with a straight thumb is somebody you can fairly trust, because they're straight, they have nothing to hide with it. But again, you have to see the combination of the others. So, what fingerprint you're talking about?
So again, you may want to observe some of these tells in a way if you're going to enter into a partnership with someone, perhaps marry them or go into business or take a trip or get involved more closely than you normally would. And you wonder how things are going to turn out. You don't really know the person that well. You may think you know them, but looking at some of these shapes of fingers and thumbs and the rest of it may give you quite an indication of, even though you don't see it on the surface in their words, you can, in a way, have a bit of confidence of what you're seeing in the way they created their structure.
Because man is only involved in physicality. When you sit in front of me, I know every emotion in your body. You want to cheat me, I allow you, because my job is not there to stop you from your own crime. In 2007, no, 2009, 8-9, I met a Dutch woman. She's a knowledge seeker. Still today, she's a knowledge seeker around Keshe from Holland. Her brother brought me to see her because she had huge problem. And when I met her the first time, her thumb was like this, literally. Then the guy brought me his wife. The finger thumb was like this. I said to the wife, I'll change the shape of your thumb the same as your sister-in-law. You're a grabber, you want to hold on to everything. And I explained to her what's going to happen, why is the psychology there, and what was the difference between the two sister-in-laws. 3 months later, the sister was this, and the sister-in-law was this. Because we can touch the emotion, and our physicality in the hand shows the dimension. Then, at the same time, you look at the lines, which it looks like literally crack on your finger going from this section up. That shows the intention of the trust between the two solar physicality and the soul of the man. When you shake hand with a man, it gives you all the information you need to know about the man. About him, lack of a trust in him in society, lack of a trust in him wanting to know, the confidence in I control my life. When a man walks towards you, within the first 5 seconds, if you're aware of it, you can assess everything about his or her behavior. Why is there for what's going to be, what will be the future. Because our body carries the fingerprint of the emotion of us. When you come across a woman which has got a drop shoulders, she's a hunted. She's anybody. If you understand it, that's why women or men walk into abusive relationship and they accept it, and then they divorce and go change the relationship, go to another relationship, the same thing, say, why this happened to me? Because you carry that emotion, the physicality, the fingerprint of do whatever you like with me. I like to be a victim. And then you see the women who walk like this, broad shoulder, walking high. You don't touch this woman. She knows what she wants. She knows exactly where she's going. You see a lot of politicians switch in different positions between the two. Those who are what are called sheep lovers, they go with this. Pity for him, let's vote for him. The one who like to see the confidence of a nation, they walk with the president like this. We choose our leaders in how they perceive physically to us. We shake hands. We walk according to the fingerprint of the emotion of our soul. Fingerprint to me is not just what the lines on tip of your finger, your tip of your toe. It's the total structure of the physicality. If you were in Sanya conference, I explained that when one of the Chinese generals stood up, high-ranking general from Chinese army stood up. You were there and you heard what he said. You saw the way he stands. Confidence in his nation and what he does. This is a knowledge that the man needs to understand. This is a knowledge that man needs to carry if to survive. In the space, we work on the confidence of the fields of the physicality of the soul of the man. What physical dimension would he like to show, to manifest me, that I stand equal to the others, I'm not higher and no lower. Now you tell me which fingerprint you talk about. To me, as a scientist, the way you walk, the way you stand, the way you talk, the way you carry yourself, the way you shake hand, the way you, in a way, hold your hand, all explains who and how and who and what will be the outcome. And a lot of people say, when you see why do you let them cheat you? I said, no, it's for them because that's the punishment for their soul. I'm just a reference point for themselves. Any other question?
And of course, you can see there's a lot more to this looking, but he does say we need to understand this knowledge and see, in a way, what we're dealing with. And this is, again, more secrets, in a way, revealed for us not to perhaps fall into someone else's universe, in a way, and get co-opted. So that may prevent you from some problems in the future if you learn how to deal with this, or going to make a business plan with someone or something else, a contractor, or whatever you're dealing with. I think you'll be able, but there's more to understanding this creation than what he's explained here. But this is a good starting point in so many ways for us to see in how, what and how we're dealing with, because it manifests in the physicality. We didn't think the physicality had much, we needed to go to the soul, but Mr. Keshe says he looks a lot at the physicality, the structure of the man, the way he holds himself, the way he acts, and you know what you're dealing with beforehand, that you don't have to be subject to perhaps abuses or other things by individuals. Let's go to the clip. I did find it, the most educated world leader the world has ever seen. And let's play this. Any questions or thoughts about this? You wonder why you would think the fortune tellers and the rest, as Mr. Keshe said, they don't seem to understand it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be asking for money, and the rest, they would have already picked the lottery numbers and the rest of it. But most of them are rather poor and broken down, as I understand it. And there are a few that do make it, but there's more than meets the, or there's something that the eye can tell, in a way. And of course, I'm sure you use your sense of emotions and the sense of the soul with what you're dealing with as well. But you can kind of really, without even interacting much with the person, sometimes you can find out what you're dealing with. But let's hear this beautiful compliment Mr. Keshe has paid to the newly elected president of Iran, which I thought, again, was phenomenal. And again, standing up for women's rights in so many ways. So let me just open this up if I can, slide this over, and we'll just scroll past the little brief introduction here. And here it is, most educated world leader the world has ever seen. Apparently, the new president is an engineer, a doctor, a surgeon, and has been in charge of the health of the nation in so many ways. Mr. Keshe gave quite beautiful compliments. And a lot of times he's quite critical with leadership in Iran, but this time he seemed to, in a way, step back and say the work of this new president is doing is quite profound in a way, and going back to the original teachings of Muhammad and the sons and referring to that rather than the current understanding. But again, let's hear Mr. Keshe explain that. Feel free to stop it as usual.
I love, I adore Iran. And to me, has a meaning in watching what and how things go. The new president of Iran subconsciously but knowingly has moved the goalpost. playing on above the emotion of Ayatollahs. He has literally demolished the state of Ayatollahs in Iran in past 2 weeks. In a way, he has created that cutting line edge that whoever has come, mullahs, ayatollahs, are irrelevant what they do. So they're criminals. He goes back in one of his speeches in the past 2 days. He gave a speech in the, what do you call it, university. And if you're not aware, if you don't know this, he's a medical man. He is the most educated world leader world has ever seen. The Iranian president. He's one of the most educated. He's an engineer. He's a medical doctor. He's a heart surgeon. And he's been the minister of what we call health of Iran. He is at the moment, according to, I think it's Times or New York Times, the most educated president we ever seen on this planet. Part of his work has been psychology. But before he becomes president, from childhood, he's a devoted true Muslim. He's a different than Ayatollahs and the rest of it. And he has moved the goalpost, which makes the religion irrelevant. And he does that with his body language. And in his speeches, he refers back to Ali, Hassan, and Hussein. This weekend is the time of the martyrdom of the grandchildren of the Muhammad centuries ago by other sect of Muslims, which for Shias is the most pivotal point. He has moved away. He doesn't refer to Ayatollah so-and-so, where the other previous leaders always refer to Ayatollah Khomeini. He refers to Ali and Hassan and Muhammad. He refers that we have to live by their principle. The rest have tainted the religion. But interesting enough, he uses another body language. I'm one of yours. I'm no different. And he has begun the end of the rules of Ayatollahs in a very clever way. But he speaks it through emotion of religion. But religion untainted with names of the others but the beginning. You listen to all his talks in past 2 weeks, 3 weeks. He always refers to Ali and the son-in-law, Muhammad, and his grandchildren, not about the rest of it, how he calls them, you have defrauded the nation, you have stolen from the nation, he has to come correct. But the most interesting thing is, he has played on the emotion of the reversal, where he has brought to the level of the Iranian nation in respecting women, the way it was before Islam, allowing them freedom. We will see huge changes under him in role of women, respect of women, back to the time of Zoroaster, where I refer to all the time. He has come halfway because he cannot take all the way back. And for the first time this weekend, Azza sent me a picture. I had some others sent to me from Iran in passport he does. You see, 2 years ago, Rasai killed women. They arrested women with no hijab on the streets of Tehran. How many thousands disappeared? With him in power in 2 weeks, yesterday there's a tradition that they hit themselves with chains on the back, repeating the suffering of the grandchildren of Muhammad when they died this time. But always has been men, never seen women. For the first time we see women without cover, with the long hair, in jeans, in dungarees, amongst the men going through the same beating, the same ceremony of suffering. 3 weeks ago, this was impossible. Today is the fact, and people feed them, they give them water because they go for marches 5 to 10 kilometers in their area. then it was something which was exclusivity of men. For the first time, we see women amongst men going through the same emotion. He has changed the emotion of the religion away from Ayatollahs to the origin of the faith, where it's halfway to what we try to bring you to understand. The rule of Mitra is for all of us. It doesn't go to one religion to one point. Creation of the new sense of emotion of oneness. And these are all part of the same. These are all part of the same structure and understanding. Once you understand the emotion and sense of his interaction, and as a physician, like the way he is playing the nation to bring back to the soul of emotion. The same as what I showed you with a finger bent after 3 months straightened. He's working with the totality of the change of the emotion in the nation. And this is one of the things we see, how things will play and take shape in the coming time. It's us who decides, not them deciding for us. And you will see how other leaders work. We watched another leader being shot or shot at. And we see how game of power plays. We see actual leader of the same nation cannot even remember his name. And we see in the same process. Watch the world leaders, you understand about the emotion of the man, the power which they carry, how they walk, how they talk. And watch businessmen who are in that realm and that work. The body language shows their emotion. And they cannot keep it all the time because in certain picture frames, they let it go and you see the true man.
Okay, hopefully you've taken a little bit more understanding and knowledge from these clips. Again, I think just listening to them adds to your knowledge in so many ways. I'm trying to find the next clip. They seem to be disappearing out of my tray. Here it is. Okay, we're going to go to the final clip. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. And this is a question that Jalal had raised about the air that we breathe and we exchange between each others and how they carry a sense of emotion or emotions are transferred to one another. And he says this is not recycled air. This is recycled millions of times. And apparently it does show that we're, in a way, all connected and affecting each other. I knew that we exchange air, but I didn't realize the emotions, part of the emotions are in that air that we actually breathe. So I thought we'd share this clip now. And this was made by one of the Polish knowledge seekers, but it's the same concept as we've been using here. And this will be the final clip before we elevate these world leaders to go past where they are today.
Let me put it like this. If we create a plasma, and this plasma will pull another plasma. Let's say when the father and the mother create this kind of plasma, and this plasma will pull another plasma from the universe, which is what we call a soul. This soul, what is coming, is have its own agenda, it's have own knowledge, a lot of knowledge here. They speak about when the soul attach itself to the physicality, it have assignment, it have its own way of knowing what is the position that it took. So it takes responsibility about what kind of family is attached to it, the whole information about the situation. Now, are we opening up to the real truth about the assignment or the knowledge of the soul, what we are getting? Because a lot of times you said, look where you are connected to, what is the information you are getting through your soul, and you think this is the way you bring it out, or you think it out, but it's in reality it is not. So can you please explain a little bit more about this?
We are created, but there are others who have created, or they exist, which their field becomes part of us and us become part of them. It's like the air we breathe. I breathe the air now, and the air I receive going through the cycle of how many animals on this planet breathe. The ants, the fish, the man, and the animals, the trees. So the air I breathe is an amalgamation of their emotion, because I already breathed it out. And when I breathe it, part of my emotion becomes the air I let out, that the next person breathes part of it. In a way, my soul is continuously affected by every living thing which breathes on this planet. It's like a blood pressure. Why do you get a high blood pressure? Because the length and the volume of the veins in the body is fixed. If you heat it up a little bit, so it increases the pressure, but increases everywhere because it's equally everywhere under pressure. The air we breathe is not second hand, it's millionth time hand. So we pass part of the emotion up to the next cycle who breathes it. We pass part of information up through the same fields to the next one breathing. We are receiver and converter of some. But at the same time, we are a supplier, provider of the same sum to some another sum. So we receive, from the receiving, we elevate. Because we add ours into it, energy of us. Every breath we take, we change the dimension of the field from parts of us into it. This is not philosophical, this is a fact. I breathe, I have a virus, I breathe it out, you pick it up. I breathe love, I spread it, becomes your love. And this is according to what we receive, what we hold, what we add to, what we give out. And it's like a cancer, it grows everywhere. This is why partially why every animal on this planet kills. It's become part of the habit. One has realized it can be done this way, the others by breeding it become part of their emotion. And if you think of it with, we tell you take gases, you can replace the energy of the gas and killing. Why does it work? Because you receive that energy you need, you're changing the pattern. Partially we are born with, partially we bring in, but what we bring in is what is the gravitational magnetic field of this planet can accept. You cannot make a woman pregnant and inside the womb just one piece of gold, or find a dog, because the womb of the mother, the woman, has said to create human being. DNA has no meaning in it. If the womb of the mother didn't create the condition of it to become DNA. This is why animals cannot interbreed, because the womb does not support the field. And that's the only job he has, to support the field, to create a planetary system which only human structure with 4, 5 fingers and the rest can survive, and then it's the application of how it is. We don't get children coming out of the air and just that's it, this is my child. Where the process of Chidna created by soul come from the totality of the creation of the universe. The womb of the mother gives its shape of the physicality. As I said, one day I'll teach you, when you go to a scan to see the baby, you know if your child is a child of soul, or you know if your child is a child of physicality. And it's so easy.
Unknown caller.
And this is that easy. Then the soul, the children of the soul of the universe, soul of Mitra, have access to all the beauties of the creation. They don't need to cheat, they don't need to do anything, they just give, they walk and the people just fall in love with them. You understand? This is the beauty of their creation. This is the beauty of what they are. This is how life is created. Man creates the children according to the emotion of the man. Children of Mitra created according to the emotion of the universe. They have access to totality. Then there is no fight, there is nothing. You will see when children of Mitra walk this earth, the race, the human race, if the animals fall in love with them, with the beauty of the soul, the balance they bring. Then we don't talk about they come, the energy comes from it. Once you create the Children of Mitra, the soul is so perfect that it with it brings the beauty of the creation and the creator. And this is what is, what sits, what brings the pressures on man to change. And then we dictate. We dictate how much we have to give and not to stop giving. When you put a Children of Mitra in front of the human children born by the physical condition, you see the difference. You see how everything is in it. When I have everything, why do I have to need to fight for? And that cycle is upon us, is with us. It's not something in the future will come, the day will come. That day has come. And we see more and more. Life will take a different shape, different structure. And it's not that it will happen. Why doesn't it happen? It happens over time that the man matures to the knowledge.
Okay, that concludes that clip. Now let's go to the Dome of Peace. We're running just a few minutes behind, as usual, but that's fine. Hopefully, we're going to use this process to breathe love into these individuals and to bring a balance to them. But let's start with the first step of the Dome of Peace, which is using the GANS waters to bring, in a way, that balance. Again, can you see the connection between releasing the GANS waters, and that's in the physicality, let's say, and then the work of our souls collectively, doing the same thing, but totally without any matter state involved? So let's go to the first step of the Dome of Peace, which is releasing GANS waters. And of course, today is Sunday. And I was just looking, again, this is part of the creating this Dome of Peace, another background from the Brazilian team. And every Sunday at 12 p.m. or 6 p.m. CET or CEST, it's a call to all knowledge seekers that together we create the Dome of Peace all over the planet just by releasing GANS waters. And it doesn't have to be just on Sunday. You can release GANS waters in the spray bottle that you carry with you, in your windshield washer, in your car, that anytime you can just continue to add fields of balance to this planet. I know the Chinese have been doing it for at least a decade, I think, and hopefully they're bringing quite a bit of balance to their nation as well, even though we see the breakup, not only China, but of the United States as well into smaller ones. But let's bring this balance. This will get us closer to the one planet, one nation, one race for world peace. Thank you, Brazilian team. Whoops. And thank you, Stefania.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So again, it's something for the physicality to do, but let's take it to the next level of just using your own reactors in a way to bring about the same thing, but without any physicality involved, all on the dimension of energies. And this is the second step. If you haven't gotten to the second step, practice the first step, but you're fully capable of both steps without a doubt. As Mr. Keshe said, the elevation using your energies to elevate others, no one fails in this test. You may not see the results in a week or two. It's not a daytime job, but nobody fails in this test. So let's go to the second step. And this process is going to continue to carry on for weeks and months and years, perhaps into the future. So this is the second step of the Dome of Peace. And of course, this is using the power of the souls. If you like this process, you can join the Universal Council and every day at 9 p.m. Central European Time or Central European Summer Time for the elevation of all souls. And again, you can take 1 minute, 1 second, 5 minutes, whatever you like. More is not necessarily better, but it's not detrimental either to the process. As Mr. Keshe said, if you understand the transmutation, you should be able to transmute in 2 seconds. And I think we're going to cut down the 5 minutes of this to about 2.5, and then maybe we'll work that down as well. So feel free to join the Universal Council in this process, but also feel free to join the Brazilian team with the daily intentions, as well as the special Wednesday intention at 6 p.m. Central European Time and the rest. And the daily intentions, again, it's the same process of using your energies collectively to reach and touch and breathe that love into the world leaders, the world religious leaders, and what it sounds like we need to include the scientific community as well, that they start to become ready to accept this new understanding of the space technology. So let's hear the second step of the Dome of Peace. And thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MD Keshe.
And thank you again, Shweta. And I'll just bring up this background again, another background from the Brazilian team. They're thinking of us in a way. And so this is a beautiful elevation for all of us. We're not going to actually take, though, 5 minutes of silence. We're going to take 2.5 minutes of silence. And I'm thinking we can work this process down. As I said, it's like exercising. It's not the amount that you do, it's the regularity in a way that counts. So if I exercise once a month for 4 hours, or I exercise 3 times a week for 15 minutes, I think you're going to get much more out of the regularity of the process rather than trying to do everything in one go. So this is the 5 minutes of silence. This is what happens in the Brazilian team as well. They take some moments of silence to bring it in. And I was thinking, let's become that plasmatic fertilizer. We all know what fertilizer is and how it helps the plants and everything else to grow, although it does have some side effects with the runoff. So let's be that plasmatic fertilizer in a way that other souls will be enhanced and elevate. Please remember to, it's in here in the chat, to elevate the souls of the criminal leaders too. Yes, we include all of those, but we're not judging anyone in so many aspects of it. We're just giving to them that the soul will receive. And we're not even giving to the person, we're giving to the soul of that person to bring this about. So let's just take not 5 minutes, 2.5 minutes, and breathe love into this process, bring fields of caring and emotional balancing for them, and also as a plasmatic fertilizer in a way. And the beautiful part of it as well, in nourishing others, whether it's the world leaders or your next door neighbor. In that process, you get nourished, you get elevated. So people often ask, how do you elevate yourself? Well, most of the time it has to do with finding something to serve rather than something that serves you. So let's just take 2.5 minutes and we'll come right back to the next part of the program. Thank you all for your continued participation in this process. You see how easy it is working through the dimension of energy, much more effective than working through the physicality to bring the change. And this is what the Universal Council is learning. This is what we are learning. And we ask you to take time every day to share a part of your soul with the others who are in need. In a way, this is a big test for humanity. And when we really reach that collective awareness, I think we'll see more of the changes. But again, as Mr. Keshe said, this is not a day job. This is not a part-time work in a way. This will go on until we reach this permanent position of peace on this planet with the soul of the planet as well as all the inhabitants. So thank you all, and feel free to join any of the teams, or you can do it often yourself. And I think it's beautiful to be able to start to work with the energies within this structure. And we seem to have quite an unlimited amount of energies. As Mr. Keshe said, we're walking around with a power plant in our head. So let's start to use it very effectively and just take that time every day, whether it's a minute, 2 minutes, and let's work through this process together, this emotion of oneness in a way. So thank you all. And I think we are ready for the main part of the program now, which Alex, hopefully you're still here. Yes, you are still here, and I'm sure you're ready to proceed. So please take over the screen. Welcome to you for joining us. And we thank you for the teaching you're going to be sharing with us today.
Well, thank you so much, Mark. And thank you for coordinating everything. It's really wonderful to do this. So just before we get started, we have to do some business as per usual. So please stand by.
Material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you so much, everybody. I'm very happy that you're all here. This is there's a lot of stuff that's going on. And if you don't mind, just give me one moment, please.
Take your time, Alex. We're not rushing, that's for sure. I mean, we're not in a hurry, so to speak.
Well, what I'd like to do is, let's see here. How does this, are we seeing the screen now?
Yes, we are. We're seeing your first background screen with Mr. Keshe, the Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute.
Well, welcome everybody, and thank you again for coming here. It is a very important time, and for a lot of us, we really don't understand because there's so many things to understand, and the learning curve is phenomenal. But we have to go through it because that's what life is for. Life is for learning, and so to timestamp everything, we have to understand that we have arrived in the post-Sanya conference era. And we know that there's gold in them Dar hills. And do we know how to mine for this gold? And that involves methodologies, different kinds of methods. And so today, this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings of Plasma Science. We're in the advanced transition stage. We're going to discuss parasites. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is July the 21st, 2024, and this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So the ongoing teaching, and it will continue to be ongoing, not just by me, but by many other teachers. And the point is that we're over a decade into this public teaching, and so we are going through various levels. various dimensions and various types of understanding. And for most of us, the key point is that we have to understand in terms that we can relate to. And I'm sure we can all relate to parasites. And I don't need to make any further comment on that particular point. But what we'd like to say is that this is, we're on the hesitancy highway, and we need to get on the plasma highway. And the problem with the hesitancy highway, not only is it the lowest energy state, but it makes life very hard. And it's really hard when, you have parasites hanging onto you. So we need to get up on that horse. And, there's always a relationship. So, we see where there's smoke, there's fire. And when you have fire, well, you want to put the fire out with water. And where there's water, there's a beach. And where there's a beach, well, last week we found out there's a beach ball. And wherever there's a ball, well, there's a party. And isn't that what life is all about? Life is just one big party. And so as we're searching for outer space, we always ask, well, how do we get to our party plasma highway, to our pie in the sky? It's the party highway that we want, isn't it? We're just a bunch of party animals. And so when you look at the books of Maranteva Keshe and you say, well, book number 1, the first party is the universal order, creation of matter. And then, of course, once you finish with that party, you're looking for another party, and you use book number 2, the structure of the light. And then once you get to that party, well, you start to see that there's a lot of other parties, but maybe there's a party that we've missed. And this is book number 3, the origin of the universe. And so once we discover the origin of the universe, then we have to figure out which party do we want to go to. And is that the only decision that we have to make? Is that the only choice that's on the table? And so we find that the most important party is our Earth party. And so we've been trying for 335 weeks in a row to bring together this Earth planet together as one planet, one nation, and one race for justice and world peace. This is brought to you by Rick Crammond as host and the members of the Universal Council. Why is that? Because those who are in charge are abdicating their responsibility, and you cannot have authority without responsibility. There's no way to get on the plasma highway using those kinds of ethics. So we stay on the transmission highway, and we're looking for ways to get to transition to the transition highway. The transition is to the transition. And that's the part that we're stuck with, because we have our MAGRAPH pie chart, and of course we want our little piece of the pie. So to understand that, we have to understand that the speed of light is a constant transmission. This is the scientific thing. But how does light have variable transitions? And now we've graduated to the point where we see that the universe is 99% hydrogen. So we still haven't fulfilled the universe. So what is the rest? Is it garbage? Or is it where we are, or where we're supposed to be, or too many questions, right? So we have to understand the terminology a little bit better. So when we looked at the basic terminology in the beginning, we've seen that the X, Y, and Z axis are 3 dimensions that have characteristics of transmission, transition, and transmutation. And they involve rotation, polarity, and field strength. And so that is fine for our physicality, but there are other energy levels. And so we need to transition to them. Well, in order to transition, we have to go through a transition dimension. And interestingly enough, we've discovered that a transition dimension also has an X, Y, and Z axis. And in order to carry this transmission, we have to decide on which level and which energy state we are going to do this transmission. So in other words, you can transmission on a lower energy state, or you can transition to a higher energy state and do the transmission there. And so if that is the case, then the question is, how does the message travel? And so therefore, the message is not the medium. The transmission level is the medium, and the message travels on the medium. This is the key point. And so this message, in many ways, is a force. And we can see that in order to create a MAGRAV, we have to start bringing two forces together. And so is that two messages. And when they come together, they create the X and Y dimension, which represent the X and Y axis. And so this could be a point of conflict. So in order to proceed beyond this, we have to have a conflict resolution. And that conflict resolution then becomes a point of containment, because we still have to keep this X and Y axis within our field. So last week we were discussing the Z axis, which is the field. And so this is part of the creation of the universe. So fundamentally, the universe exists from energy, and when it comes together, it creates a structure. And it had to get here as a structure. So that structure is an energy pack, and that energy pack, of course, is positive. So the charge of the energy pack is the motion, because energy is always in motion. And so when we look at the structure of light, it comes from one structure and goes to another structure. So in between, it has to maintain that structure, doesn't it? And if it's coming and going from one place to another, then things are working in combination. But the reality here is that when we transmit from one structure to another structure, we can do this by transitioning through different energy dimensions. And because of this, at some structure, we're in one dimension of energy strength, and in another structure, we could be in another energy strength. And so this is kind of difficult to understand, because we understand field capture, how the x-axis transition comes together and the y-axis transition comes together, and then you have the z-axis transition, but all of these are relative to the ground, except when you get into the transition stage, you question, well, which ground are we talking about? And so on that ground, we can move on that ground, and so that becomes our x-axis dimension, but then we can go around the ground, and that becomes our y-axis dimension by polarity, and then we can go from ground to ground, and that becomes our z-axis dimension. And of course, there's an interdependence there, because if you're going to be on one ground, you have to be beside the other ground. And is that how life is working? Well, fortunately, we have the gravitational confirmation that is how life is working, because we have the ground from the sun and the ground from the earth. But in plasma terms, what we have is the convergence of the magnetical field forces from the sun and from the earth. And so, well, that's fine, but we have this gravitational conformation called hydrogen. And so this hydrogen has a fingerprint, and this fingerprint is in color, and we can see this color. And what is it representing? Well, it's representing the gravitational conformation of hydrogen, which has come from the source. And so from the source is coming this energy pack, which is part of the principal matter. And of course, to be a pack, it has to be parceled very nicely. So it's parceled within itself. And how does it do that? So we're looking at the basic equatorial rotation versus the polar rotation, and we see that there's an interaction. And because of this interaction, we see the package of this Earth. So this Earth is a form artifact of a manifestation of the principal matter interaction of the energy pack and its method of parceling. And so when we look at the Earth and we see the method of its parceling, and isn't it interesting? We have land, we have water, we have atmosphere, and we have a whole lot of other things. And these are all part of the principal interaction of energy and motion. And because energy in motion, it comes from one to another, but because it has a direction, it has a charge. So that means it's a two-way street. And so on that two-way street, we have two-way transmission. And then, of course, we also have two-way transmission because we haven't decided which street, because we can see that there's energy from the sun and there's energy from the earth. And the sun is different from the earth, significantly different. It's also significantly larger. So the other factor of the principal interaction is that there's an interaction between the sun and the earth. So fundamentally, whichever way you want to do it, we see that we have to maintain our own MAGRAV position. So our fingerprint is that we are the blue planet, we are the water planet, and this becomes a key point because water is the universal solvent of life. And so this is the fundamental energy flow. And so the energy flow that manifests this energy in motion on a two-way street is self-contained within the planet of the Earth. And so in order to do that, we have to understand the plasma rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so this is in stark contrast to the conflict point that we get when the higher strength eats the weaker strength. So in order to understand the negative charge principle, the negative gives and the positive takes. And in that regard, if it's giving and taking from itself, then it's fairly binding. But if it's giving and taking from others, then it's flowing. And so this is very good. But how do we know the difference between the negative and the positive? So when we look at the surface to volume ratios, we find that as the particle gets smaller, the surface to volume ratio gets higher. And as it gets higher, it becomes more negative. And so when it becomes highly negative, it becomes a feeding dimension. So therefore, the opposite is true. When it becomes more gravitational, then it becomes a feedback dimension. And so we find that in basic math, we say 1 and 1 is 2, but in plasma science, 1 and 1 is more than 2. But we're not saying how much more than 2. We're just saying there's more, because fundamentally you have one feeding dimension and then you have another feeding dimension, and they're not necessarily the same one. And then when you get the feedback dimension, in order to maintain that feedback dimension, you have to retain the original 2. And so that becomes a balanced equation. And if 1 and 1 is more than 2, then that doesn't seem to be very balanced. And there's something that's missing. Well, of course, we're the ones that are missing because we're not part of this equation. We're just the observers of this. And so somehow, some way, we can go from one gravitational form field to another gravitational form field. And we have chosen Earth. So in order to understand our physicality, we have cells. And so cells are kind of the basic structural and functional unit of all forms of life. And within the cell, we have this cytoplasm. And it's enclosed within a membrane. And there are organelles inside, each with a specific function. So the basic part of cells is that they're capable of replication. They do protein synthesis, and they have motility. And the largest agglomeration of cells are whales. And as we discussed before, they are commonly infected with caliciviruses. And these viruses could cause rashes, blisters, and gastroenteritis in marine animals. And they could infect humans. And because these are big mammals, they excrete a large quantity, a massive quantity of caliciviruses. And they do this daily. There is a problem here. And that problem is that these caliciviruses have been seen. So one has to really question the surface to volume ratio here. So in the past, we've talked about a trophic sequence. And so that sequence is important because as we understand in, let's say like Darwinian theory, or the larger eats the smaller, the implication, of course, is that the larger is stronger and the smaller is weaker. So the stronger eats the weaker. And so there are other trophic sequences which we haven't discussed, and these are heterotrophic and autotrophic. And so we're going to discuss them more today because our subject matter is parasites. So what are parasites? They're an organism that lives on or in a host organism and gets its food from or at the expense of its hosts. Does that sound familiar? Well, for instance, when we look at some examples, and these include tapeworms, fleas, grubs, cockroaches, wasps, ants, termites, and mosquitoes, bacteria, viruses, and algae. These are just some of the examples. There are other examples, but what the examples are energy binding for self-serving purposes. So we also find that our social structure in many ways is done this way. The self-serving is very important because in terms of energy binding, we create this MAGRAV condition of a balanced field in some dimension. And we need to have this self-serving to maintain this MAGRAV position. But when we do it at the expense of others, as we do in our social structure on this planet, the other person is also energy binding and also doing it for self-serving purposes. And if you are robbing them, then they are in a predicament. Then they have to supplement that energy. Now, do they have to give it to you? No, there could be a conflict. There could be a war. Or they could set up a barrier. They have these choices. And then, of course, they could just pass it on domino effect like, and well, if you're going to rob me through lying, cheating, stealing, deception, and war, I will do the same. And so this is where we have the conflict on this planet. It causes disruption. So when we look at the plasma manifestation and we understand that it precedes the physical manifestation, then we see that the physical manifestation can, of course, manifest differently in different people. Although the plasmatic manifestation is the same, which is to say that if someone is robbing or stealing you from your energy binding needs, then the physical manifestation may manifest differently in different people. Some people become sick. Some people become homeless. Some people may suffer from obesity, others from blood pressure or from cancer. And these conditions are acidic. And so we find that the higher acidity causes an anaerobic condition. It does cause a DNA expansion, which affects ATP production, which is adenosine triphosphate, and it affects cellular communication. And cellular communication is really important, especially because we're very complex organisms. We're not as big as whales, but we sure do have an awful lot of cells. And so the stability of these cells is based on the water. And to understand that, we have a pH scale of hydrogen. And in it, we see that there's a range from the complex to the simple. The complex being alkaline, the simple being acidic, the complex being gravitational, the simple being magnetic. Well, obviously, the more complex it is, the more stable it is. And then there's a range to go down to the unstable, which is the opposite, and all points in between, which is what we're referencing as susceptibility. And we haven't determined what causes a susceptibility. All what we see is that there's a range, and this range can be reflected in the potentiation of strength as well, where we find that the strong is gravitational and the weak is magnetical. And then, of course, the strong is strong because there's initial potential energy, and the weak, of course, is expired its potential energy and converted it to kinetic energy. So when we look at simple organisms, one of the simplest is algae. And algae is any of a large and diverse group of photosynthetic organisms. They are single-celled. But there's also blue-green algae. And some blue-green algae is healthier than others. Some is harmful. And then there's filamentous or string algae. And this is beyond a singular cell because now it has a string and it makes a natural water filter. So just the subject of algae can be oxygen depleting or oxygen donating, and this becomes very important. So what is the relationship of a cell to an atom? So to function as an atom, and the original definition of an atom, we found that it is uncut, has electron and proton. And so the question is, can you cut up a maggrav? Because a maggrav consists of a magnetical and gravitational interaction. And so what about a cell? And so we find that in order to be a cell, it has to be self-contained so that it can reproduce and function. But regardless of how small you are, what you eat is smaller. And if it is too large, then you have to cut it up. So that means that all cells are not the same size. And if we say that, then we could say that all atoms are not the same size either. And we know that is true because we see different elements on the periodic table of elements. So how do we get to these various levels? So there are some sequence orders, and they are determined by the gravitational field forces of attraction, which is part of the feedback, and the magnetical field forces of repulsion, which is part of the feeding. And what is our involvement? Well, we are the last man standing, and we have choices. In other words, those choices are we can turn on and turn off the feeding, or increase or decrease the strength, or enhance or diminish our positioning. And so the way we do that is where the stronger feeds the weaker. When I say that's the way that we do that, that's how we were born and that's how we grew. But our society is not functioning that way. So when we look at the potentiation of hydrogen, we have to understand that is a combination of acidic and alkaline forces. And so the neutral acidic condition is 7, but the neutral alkaline condition is 7 also. And 7 and 7 is 14. And this is why the water splitting is always a pH of 14, because that's a scale. And in that scale, we have potentiation layers. We call this the y-axis transition because when we transition from a pH of 7, say down to 6, the corresponding pH that is created, of course, is 8. 6 and 8 is 14. And if we go down another layer, 5 and 9 is 14, and another layer down, 4 and 10 is 14, and so on. So we find that there is a correspondence, and we can relate this as like a pH zipper. But there is a transmission along this pH zipper. And somehow it goes through these various layers. And in order to do that, there has to be a relationship to the transition. And it is at that point that we take into account the transmission and the transition, then we can talk about the transmutation. But what is this pH transition? And so we find that it is filled with peaks and valleys. And so we can call these peaks and valleys attraction points and repulsion points. So if we were attracted to a pH of 4, then we're also attracted to a pH of 10. But if we're repelled from, say, a pH of 5, then we're also repelled from a pH of 9. What causes this attraction and repulsion? So we see that density plays a big part. And so we find that there's a different characteristic in this density. Low density is acidic and high density is alkaline. And since gravity seeks density, we find that in the pH sense, with respect to oxygen and hydrogen, oxygen is more dense than hydrogen. And there is a range. That range is within a range of pH of 14. And so when we look at the cups of life, the thing is we had these physical components, and these were in the physical range. But these cups of life produced a Gans, which was in an emotional range and a representation of a physical range. And these were representative of an emotional strength. So this emotional strength has its own energy level. It's representative of our inner space. It's also representative of some nebulous point in outer space. And the way we were able to transition from the lowest energy state of the physical science was to go through this nanocoding process. And so we didn't cut up the atom. What we did was we created a monatomic structure. But the GANS itself is monatomic, but it's much bigger. So if we talk about a monatomic structure, we have to decide how big is the monatomic structure. Because if the atomic structure is not of the same size and the cellular structure is not of the same size, then the GAN structure also won't be of the same size because of its field strength. And we know this because when we produced the GANs, we created carbon dioxide GANs, calcium, zinc, and copper GANs, water GANs, and amino acid GANs. And now we see that we can create gold GANs as well. And what does that mean to us? It means that we have these differences in manifestation, which are all part of the GANs radiance. And where did this come from? And what does it mean? Well, in terms of the cups of life, one cup represents our emotional context, and the second cup represents our physical context. And of course, the two together represent our physicality. So we see that our physicality, of course, is uncut because we have a whole body. But many of us get caught up in the process of living. So there are hazards. But fundamentally, we are able to progress through different levels of susceptibility. And we find that within each point of susceptibility, we have this convergence of forces that come together to create this gravitational stability of wherever we are. So if we're looking at a pH of 5, within the pH of 5, there's a gravitational stability. But at the same time, within the pH of 9, which is the corresponding pH, there also is a gravitational stability. But with respect to the difference between the pH of 5 and the pH of 9, the pH of 9 represents a gravitational stability, and the pH of 5 represents a magnetical stability. So something in the y-axis transition dimension is causing this change. And that's a good thing. We know because look at all the elements that we have on our Earth space. And so each gravitational stability that we see on the periodic table of elements represents an element. And then, in addition to these elements, we have combination of elements. So the amino acid is a combination of carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen. And then we see the mediums involve sodium, magnesium, phosphorus, and calcium. I'm sorry, potassium and calcium. And then, of course, we have our emotional and physical strength represented by copper and zinc. And our planet and our grounding to this planet is through the iron and the blood. And then the planet itself is silicon based. So what's interesting is that the water is a combination of hydrogen and oxygen. And the oxygen is way bigger than the hydrogen, and yet it is a round maggrav. So this becomes a very important point because the oxygen is gravitational and the hydrogen is magnetical, and the combination of those two create this maggrav, which in essence is uncut. But when we do cut it up, in other words, when we do shear off one of the hydrogens, we're left with a energy pack. We call that hydrogen. And then there's another energy pack, we call it the hydroxyl. So since energy is always positive, then the hydrogen is positive, and the hydroxyl, since it's lost that energy, now becomes in a negative position. And so the negative is looking for some kind of combination, either through a crossover or deflection or twisting. And when we get into this twisting, we get this tightening, coiling, and tunneling. And so we find that there's a lot of activity going on. And so energy is always in motion. And historically, we've had a problem with understanding energy in motion because of this electron fixation fallacy that we've had. So we find that in the theory of positrons, there is no annihilation of energy. There's no creation either. Only a change of direction of moving particles. And they say it's from the past to the future, or from the future to the past. But is that true? Because we see that somehow we went from the atomic physicality and we created the nanostructure, and then from the nanostructure we created the GAN structure. But the truth of the matter is even though we refer to these as plasmatic energy fields, all three of these fields are plasmatic energy fields. In other words, the physicality and its manifestation is a plasmatic field. It's just that it has a different characteristic. And so we ignore the fact that it's a member of the plasmatic reality, and we just call it part of the physical reality. And from that point of view, everything else is kind of voodoo science. And yet what we've seen is with the nanocoating, we've been able to create a superconductor at room temperature, and then we've gone into the GAN state, which we've been able to create other force fields like emotion and field strength, and do many wonderful things with it. But it begs the question of what is going on beyond there, because let's face it, we can see the nanocoating and we can see the GANS coding, but can we see what's beyond? So what we're talking about is relationships. And so we have this dichotomy of the scientific community and the spiritual community. And as plasma scientists, we try and bring these two together. So not only that we can have this maggrav balance, but also to add to the knowledge. Because until we're able to rationalize this relationship, it's difficult to add to the knowledge. There's a reluctance in fact, by the standard definition of inertia, we are on the hesitancy highway and will stay on the hesitancy highway until there's a energy input that'll move us off that highway. And so staying on that highway observes the conservation of energy laws, where we see the balance between the kinetic and potential energy equal to the final kinetic and final potential energy. So the equalness becomes a susceptibility point because it's always equal. The equalness is always constant. It's just that the kinetic and potential energies are variable. And so if we say that the kinetic energy is magnetical and the potential energy is gravitational, as we've discussed before, then we see the variableness of the magnetical and gravitational relationship on one side of the formula is equal to the magnetical gravitational relationship on the other side of the formula. And so that becomes a conservation of our mag graph, isn't it? And so the relationship that we have on the one side will certainly affect the pH. And of course, it'll affect the other side and will certainly affect the pH. So therefore, the positioning of the mag graph becomes susceptible to the balance of the field forces of the magnetical and gravitational force fields on both sides. And did we say where those sides were? So one of the things that we know is that when the energy in motion is looking for a pattern, and so we have a template of a spiral codon we see in our DNA, it creates a spiral growth. And some clever people have found a very practical application of manufacturing something in the spiral format. And of course, that spiral can grow and create a tube. And then we come with a tubular form artifact. And so we see that this spiral formation is part of a twisting susceptibility that derives from the interaction of the hexagonal gravitational form of energy and the pentagonal magnetical form of energy. And so that energy product we understand as sugar. But that doesn't just come in one dimension, it comes in 3 dimensions. So we even have the, shall we say, the coiling into a manifestation of another form artifact, and it would have 3 dimensions. And so we'd like to investigate that a little bit more, because one of those form artifacts is a parasite. And so a question becomes is, well, what is it like to live like a parasite? And who better to ask than a parasite? And so the answer would be, well, you know, it takes a lot of guts. And when we say guts, are we talking about intestinal fortitude? Well, interestingly enough, when a lion catches its prey, what it does is it eats the guts first, the intestines, in other words. And the reason for that is because there is bacteria in the intestinal tract. And as the animal that it is eating depends on that bacteria to process the food that it ate, the lion is depending on that bacteria to process the food that the lion will feed from the prey itself. So in other words, it has to have the bacteria first to be able to process the food. So it becomes a bacterial feeding. So what is bacteria then? Bacteria, see, requires a host. And that bacteria lives as an aerobic bacteria because at that point it lives in an oxygen abundant environment. But when that host dies, then it no longer supports that host because that host has gone into an anaerobic condition, and that means it's living in an oxygen depleted environment, and the bacteria itself becomes anaerobic. And then instead of supporting the host, it eats the host. So in fact, it's completely flipped over. It is no longer gravitational, it is magnetical. And we see that because that bacteria is going from an alkaline state, which is very stable and supports the host, to a very acidic state, which is unstable. And then at that point, it eats the host. And so we see roadkill, for instance, disappear in 9 days if we do nothing about it, because the bacteria that is within the gut cleans up everything. So we find that the bacteria is a very small organism, but it seems to have a life of its own. And there's another small organism we call plankton, and that is in the water, and it's an organism that is carried by tides and currents. And in the plankton world, they are considered as a heterotrophic feeder. In other words, they eat phytoplankton. So as tiny as plankton is, it has to eat something that's even tinier. And so it'll eat a cyanobacteria, which lives off of the production of energy through photosynthesis. So it doesn't require any mouth. And it seems to be self-contained as a cell. And it seems to have a lot going on inside. So what is heterotrophic? So that requires a complex organic compound of nitrogen and oxygen for metabolic synthesis, excuse me. So we understand that metabolism is the casting out. That's what it means. And so this nitrogen and oxygen that is required is obtained from plant or animal matter. Does not specify if it's living or dead, or doesn't specify if it's healthy or dying. And then, of course, there's autotrophic. This only is an organism that requires carbon dioxide or carbonates as a source of carbon and a simple inorganic nitrogen compound for metabolic synthesis of organic molecules such as sugar. Well, glucose, as we know, goes through a phosphorylation process and becomes fructose. And fructose, of course, is sugar. And of course, this autotrophic sequencing does not require a specified exogenous factor for normal metabolism. So a lion would require the meat of this prey. Well, we do the same thing. We not only eat animals, which are horizontal people, but we eat plants as well, which is part of the vertical people. So we are not autotrophic. Autotrophic are phosphorus limited organisms. And it's difficult sometimes to tell which way they're going because you don't know which way is the head and which way is the tail. But one thing is very interesting. These are simple single-celled organisms. And yet when you look inside, there's a whole lot of other stuff going on inside, and that doesn't look very simple. And then we talk about tubes. Well, some of these organisms, they eat in a strange way. They filter, and they have a tube, and they gather up all the other stuff that they want to eat. And in this picture, you can see that they gathered up a lot of stuff, and they're in the process of digesting it. Well, how big is that tube when this organism is microscopic? And how does it know which way is forward? How does it know what it wants to eat? Which education institute did it go to? And then, of course, there's another organism that they do encapsulation. And so somehow they say, well, come to me. And then once you come to me, well, come inside me. Well, how does that happen? You know, where exactly is the mouth? And I guess the mouth is kind of wherever it's convenient for whatever they're eating to come inside. And then, of course, there's the fisherman, and a fisherman has a pole, and it also has a fishing line. And so you get these hair-like structures. And in order to maintain the integrity of these hair-like structures, there has to be some kind of rigidity. And so the structure of these hair-like structures are spiral forms, and they manifest themselves in a spiral. And so if we're looking at these microscopic organisms, what size are these hair-like structures? And so not only are they positioned in a way to attract the prey, but they are hollow in a way to secrete a compound that paralyzes the prey. And you can clearly see that the radiance of these hair-like structures come from a gravitational point and extend out in a magnetical direction. And that the ends of these hairline structures repel each other because they have an extremely high negative charge. And so they create this wonderful pattern, and it's very attractive. And you know, if you happen to be the unfortunate prey, and you come within range, or you get injected with this toxicity, which renders you defenseless, and then you get digested by this organism. Well, there's another, and these are simple organisms, right? Well, there's another one we call it a cytoplasm sucker. And conveniently, its name is Suctorian. And as you can see, these hairs, well, they don't just come out of one location, they come out of many different locations, but these locations are very specific. These locations are at the points. And so we understand the points have a higher negative charge than the in between the points. And so we see the hairs coming out of these points. And of course, they're doing the same thing. They diverge towards the magnetical side. And because of the surface to volume ratio at the end points, they're highly negative. And of course, they repel each other. So there is a divergence. And so these are highly efficient fishermen because here you have a sectorian star formation because these hairs are doing the same thing. And it looks like, oh my God, he's surrounded by his food. But the reality is that he has surrounded himself with his nutrition. And is slowly sucking the life out of each and every one of them. So this is kind of unusual because the combination of the four is much bigger than the sectorian in the middle. And yet, the sectorian is at the gravitational point, and the other organisms are at the magnetical point. In order to control pesticides, pests and parasites, one of the products that we use is diatom powder. And diatom powder is actually a silicon dioxide, and it's used for parasites. And, looking at the microscopic condition, we see that it's kind of round in its Magrath structure. So this diatom powder is actually diatomaceous earth, which is part of silica, and has been mined for decades. So it's a microscopic skeletons of algae, which we call diatoms. And compare this to what we call as atoms or monotoms. Anyway, these are concentrated sources of silica, and they are food grade, industrial grade, and parasites don't like them. So not all structures like this are, shall we say, parasitic. But silica is not something that we can breathe, but it is something that we can ingest. And we find that if we do ingest diatomaceous earth, if in our guts we have worms, which are anchored in our guts and basically competing with us for the nutrients of the food that we eat, we can find that within very short few days that the worms will release their anchorage and be flushed out with everything else. And this is an important point because we find that 25% of the North American population has worms in the gut. We need the bacteria to process the food, but we don't need competition from the worms in our guts for our nutrients. there's enough competition in the world. So there has to be a balance. And we need to understand that in the plasma science, there is a balance of energy. And so if we look at a frozen Gans ball in a container of water, and isn't it interesting that we see this gravitational core and these magnetical hair-like lines and how they emanate from the core, and at the outer points, because of the surface to volume ratio and the high negative charge, they repel each other. So here we have a picture frozen in water of energy and motion. You could say nature is a wonderful artist. So that manifests itself from what we talked about last week, the Z-axis polarity, where we have the polarity of the horizontal field and the vertical field of the Y-axis. And then there becomes the Z-axis spherical field. And when we talk about fields, we have to understand that there is no garbage field. So when we throw things away, we have to figure out where are we throwing them away. And fortunately for bacteria, is that the stuff that we think is garbage, they remove it. So from our point of view, the parasites are detrimental. But the question comes, when you look at a field and you say, okay, well, I have one field. And then you have another field. That also is one field. But if you take that one field and the other field, and you put that together, is it this two fields or is it one field? So we know that the one field on the left was one, and the one field on the right was another one, but not the same one. And so when you put the two together, you have more. But really, you haven't lost the field on the left, and you haven't lost the field on the right. But so now you have something more. So another field, not the same size. And from our point of view, what is this field? Well, from the point of a parasite, like a locust, what is a cornfield? Well, it's party time. Let's face it. And call your friends. And so the point of view of this field, and from the farmer's point of view, well, farmer wants to harvest this field. But there's another type of field, like a herd. And from a shepherd's point of view, that field gets slaughtered. And of course, from a fisherman's point of view, a body of water could be its fishing hole. And from a locust point of view, well, that's a good place to eat. Where do these locusts come from? And why do they come? So one of the things we do know is why they leave. And so the reason they leave, of course, is because they're looking for the next party. So why did they come in the first place? Because that's where the party was. And why did they come? There was some attractive force. And if we see that in an alkaline state, the human is healthy, we find that in an alkaline state, the vertical people are also healthy. And so there is a suggestion that certain vertical people live within a certain pH. But the problem is that if you look at that vertical plant and you improve the alkalinity of the environment, the quantity of the harvest will increase. And what's interesting is that the increase rate is not the same for all vertical people. Which is to say that if you have a harmonious environment for a variety of vertical people, the choice of the manifestation of the physicality of those vertical people within that environment is determined by its preference. And its positioning. And should another have a greater preference for that position, well, then you're just going to have to move on. And so we find that not all vertical people increase their growth the same way. So obvious conclusion is that not all cells are the same size. Not all plants are the same size. Not all animals are the same size, and not all bacteria are the same size. So not all fields are the same size. And so there is a preference, and it affects the positioning. And so we find that the healthy cells don't have to worry about parasites unless there's an invasion. And so the question of what attracts these locusts, well, it has to do with an unhealthy environment, an acidic environment for those vertical people. And that's the trigger. That's the attractive force. That's the horn that says, hey guys, I am ready to party for you. And so a farmer looks at his cornfield as the profit that he needs to feed his family. Or as a locust looks at that cornfield and says, we are here to take care of business. And when we take care of that business, we'll leave. And so the question that I put forward to you is, where did they come from? And then where did they go? And then we find that if we apply the plasma science to these fields, we will increase the crop yield and we will eliminate the pests. And the pests will leave without having to destroy the crop. And since the crop was an attraction in the first place, and that attraction had a strong force that it didn't just bring one locust, it brought swarms of them. And so these swarms would have to leave. Now, if these swarms were, shall we say, killed with a pesticide, that leaves a lot of garbage. That leaves a lot of decaying matter. And so if these parasites leave, then we don't have to deal with the garbage. And the question is, where do they go? And the answer could be, well, mission accomplished. So we look at the gravitational conformation of the healthiness, and it has to do with the aerobic condition. And so we see that the oxygen is a fundamental component of the aerobic condition because we are the blue planet, the water planet, and oxygen is a main part of water. And healthy water is the main part of health. And so when we look at an anaerobic condition, that becomes a signal that there's something missing. And so that is not a gravitational confirmation, that is a magnetical confirmation. And of course, when you have that, then you start to attract things. So that is the feedback summary, where we see the sound, the light, the heat, the pressure, the luster. You can tell when someone is healthy, they have this radiance. And you can tell the superficiality when the makeup is caked on. And then you have the different layers, the laminar containment. So we're looking at the X and Y transition and the dominance of the man-made range deviation. We call this the conscious awareness, and it's overridden the unconscious awareness. But the thing is, the oxygen-rich blood becomes the Earth space spherical Z-axis transition form artifact. And this is referred to as life. So we find that the interaction of things are dependent on this positioning. And so it becomes part of the transmission spectrum. And some of it is visible and some of it is not visible. But the movement from one to the other involves a susceptibility. And so we have to understand that the physical is a superficial susceptibility. It's the plasma substrate, the internal substance that affects the susceptibility. And so this becomes our point of containment. And it manifests itself into a MAGRAV condition, which is a balance between the magnetical and gravitational field forces, and positions itself to one step beyond on the alkaline side and beyond on the acidic side. And so whatever in between is a Z-axis transition dimension. And so somehow there's a communication, and we have to stay within that range transition. In order to stay there, we have to release the binding energy, because we need to retrieve the beneficial energy and we need to make room. So the field release precedes the field capture. The giving precedes the taking, and the emission precedes the absorption. And in that process, we facilitate motion, and motion cannot exist without this coexistence, because motion is a product of existence. Motion and coexistence reside in both matter states. What we talk about is the non-tangible and the tangible. And so the plasma dominant tuning of that range precedes the physical dominant tuning. And so the range transition is not just by nearness and proximity, but it's by X and Y axis interaction. And we have to take that into account. And we didn't say which dimension, right? It's not man space centric or earth space centric. It's not even sun space centric. It is dimension centric. And so the proximity is dimension centric, and the pressure of that proximity is dimension centric. And 3 dimensions have to be taken into account. And then the message is on that medium. And so to determine the efficacy of each dimension, we have to understand the transmission dimension folding deviation. And so the blueprints are one way, but they don't differentiate the state. The uncut state is differentiated. So we have atoms, we have cells, we have periodic table of elements, we have life and humanity, and this is all part of the uncut Magravs state. So our physicality is designed in an uncut fashion. And so when we look at the monatomic nanostate, it too is uncut, as is the GAN state. The plasma state is representative of this. So when we look at the field state, how do you cut up that field? Is it one field, or is it another field, or is it a combination of fields, or an interaction of fields? So this becomes a universal state, and it too is uncut. So all of this, when we look at the atomic math, we see that the neutron mass equals the proton mass plus the electron mass, and scientists want to cut that up, but you have to take into account the mass of the PM ticks, the mass of the dark matter, antimatter, and matter. And this is part of the totality, and that is achieved through energy level balancing and positioning. So when we're targeting outer space, we have to maintain this balance. We have to maintain this balance between the gravitational and magnetical field forces, and also between the materialization and dematerialization forces. Because what are they? They are the transition states between the manifestation point on this Earth space and the outer space target, which is some space, and it too is gravitational. So when we look at the matter plasma dimensions and we say, well, they're physical or they're plasmatic, and that man is feedback dominant. And the reason man is feedback dominant is because we only see the manifestation. And the only one we account for is the physical manifestation. What we know now is that the plasmatic manifestation impacts the physical manifestation. So we should be looking at the source, the feeding source. And so this is the plasma shift that we have to go through and look at the relationship that the heat and transfer of energy transfer, the heat and electricity transfer of energy transfers the lowest energy state, and the plasma state, which involves the dynamic plasma state, which is the interactive energy transfer state, is at the highest level. And so we need to graduate to that. And as they extend their little hair-like structures and their tubular structures, we have to extend our antennas and understand that there's a message feeding and a message feedback. And this is all part of the manifestation. And as we tune in, we can not only tune into the transmission, but we can choose which transmission and transition to that level as well. In other words, when we select one force, which is magnetical, we have to balance it by a force selection of another gravitational force. And so these resulting selections feed the Magrav manifestation. So this selection manifestation is predetermined by choosing. And the universal community has chosen peace. So we need to choose the peace stone of intention. And this becomes our range transition, and it affects the standard folding deviation and leaves no room for war. So to balance off the Z-axis, we have to balance it to and from the interaction with the peace stone. And that's how we achieve the plasma balance. So fortunately, knowledge and wisdom can give you deeper insight, but the experience will change a man's perspective. It really becomes hard to rationalize misconduct. These historical references become meaningless. The pH balance becomes a polar balance, and the plasma balance is uncut. So when we look at the pH of a maggrav, we see there are many points. It's a perspective. There's the physicality, there's a non-physicality, and then there's the plasma reality. And so when we look at the pH of war, we find that it's very linear. And many warriors discover this too late. And then, of course, when we look at the linear North Pole and we say, okay, well, there's various parts on this planet, but, you know, there's two poles, two hemispheres. There's a lot more going on. And it's a spherical, not a linear reality. And so when we look at linear electric motors, we find that this is only in one dimension. And as we try and unravel it, we find that you can't dissect and have it exist. The blue planet is in its totality, and in some parts it's acidic, in some parts it's alkaline. The peace is neutral, and the peace is welcoming. And the peace is neither acidic nor alkaline. It is totality, and it is the key to the universal community. And so we are in the process of running these transmutation tests. And next month will be the second in a series of 4, which is going to teach us on how to understand these different dimensions and how to travel. And so these plasma research teams need to come together to be able to advance the science, to enhance the life on this planet, because that's what the life is for. To eliminate the parasites and the need for parasites, the energy binding at the expense of others. And so we as individuals have a new selection process, because we're in the post March 15th of 2024, where we have an era to make new choices. And we look at our earth space as a bountiful space, and outer space as a transmutation space. And our space is that inner space, that graceful space, the greater oneness that we've been trying for 547 weeks in a row to teach the knowledge seekers through the workshops, so that we understand that we are now transcending the limitations of nuclear science. Why is nuclear science limiting our progress? So the plasma science is part of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. And it involves the World Peace Treaty. And so we need to sign it. And we have to sign it with deep intention, because it's meaningful. It's our future. It's what causes the transition of the Z-axis dimension. And we find that man is a reactor of a 3-dimensional universe. And can we find heaven through this field transition? Well, can we go into outer space without a peace dome? Not as parasitic miners of the transition dimensions of history. It renders us as the party animals of the physical, spherical transmission dimensions. So plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the Peace Dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. That's the end of this lesson, and I hope you all enjoy the trip. Thank you so much.
And thank you again, Alex, for sharing, again, your understanding of how this knowledge sort of works in a way. We're going to open up the floor. I was just thinking, are we full parasites or are we only maybe 20% parasitic? My understanding is we absorb 80% of the energies we need and we're 20% short, which causes us to, in a way, fall into that parasitic condition where we want to take others' energies to sustain our own. So is your understanding that we are absorbing 80% from the fields of the environment, from the universe, the solar system, and the rest, and that we're 20% short? So that would make us only, in a way, 20% parasitical.
Well, and that's where the problem lies. What an excellent question. How come this 20% shortage occupies 100% of our time and attention?
Oh, you're going to ask a question of my question?
Yes. Yes.
I like it when you do that.
Well,
And you're right. Good thing it's not 50%, or we would have no time to go to work. All we would be doing is thinking about gathering energies from morning to night. I look at the birds sometimes and they're constantly looking. I don't know if they have the same absorption. They probably do. And maybe these little morsels are just so tiny that they have to keep finding them to sustain themselves. But yeah, it sounded like you were addressing a bunch of muggers or parasites here in so many ways. I was thinking of what Mr. Keshe said about the almost everything we have, we've stolen, other than the fields we give, let's say, to elevate others, or perhaps the fields we absorb from the universe. But the rest of the time, we're quite parasitic, I think, and I know we can move away from this, and but most of the things are stolen. The coffee, I make the coffee. I had to take the beans from the coffee plant. I had to take the milk from the cow. I had to take the sugar, convert it from the sugar cane, and the rest of this. So it does seem like we are behaving quite parasitic, and I know most of us don't think of it that way at all. We haven't reached that level of understanding. We think it's there for us to take.
well, the interesting thing is that in terms of our health, healthy blood serum pH is around 7.46. So we don't even have to get into the acidic state to be comatose or die. We just have to be on the acidic state of the ideal blood serum pH. So the reference that you make to, essential fatty acids, you find that one of the most important fatty acids are actually slightly alkaline. So that's a slightly alkaline fatty acid. And it's confounding in its description and its terms, but if that is the trend, if that is the direction of the susceptibility, then we find that the parasites themselves, shall we say, gravitate towards that. So in other words, we create an environment that attracts the parasite. And so the parasite is actually thriving in that acidic environment. So from our point of view, that environment is acidic. From the parasite's point of view, that environment is alkaline, right? Because that environment, although is acidic, it is on the alkaline side of the acidity. I guess just to avoid confusion, 2.4 is antibacterial. So within the pH of 2, there's an acidic side to the 2.4, and there's an alkaline side to the 2.4. So the direct jump to the next pH level on the low end is 1, and on the high end is 3. And yet we eat food that is acidic as far as our health is concerned, but we have oxalic acid within our stomach, which is at a pH of slightly above 1. It's hard to get much lower. And so when we look at certain soda pop, if you were to pour it on the hood of your car, it would destroy the paint. And yet these are very popular drinks. So clearly the lining of our stomach can take this extremely harsh environment. And yet, if we get down to a pH of 2.4, then that becomes antibacterial, and we need this bacteria to decompose our food. So there's a symbiotic relationship between the environment of the different organisms. And in the bacteria world, we find that one bacteria is a precursor for another bacteria. And we see the same thing in algae, whereas one type of algae becomes a precursor for another type of algae. And so fundamentally, when we look at the beginnings of life, if we just see water, and if we take water and say from a river, and then we throw sunlight on it, we'll find that water turn green. And you say, well, how do you mix water with sunlight and get green? Did someone throw paint in the water? And so all of a sudden this algae manifests itself. Well, where did it come from? So the answer to that question is the same answer as where did we come from? And it's also the same answer as to where did the locusts come from? And why did they come? So the environment made a calling. That was the feedback. And the answer to that calling came from the source. And that source is the essence of life. And so the calling is calling what it needs beyond what it maintains in its Magrath positioning, which is the balance of the magnetical gravitational field forces that are derived from the source. So the deviation from the point of, shall we say, peace is what we're calling for. We're calling for peace. Why? Because we are in the position of the absence of peace. Back to you, Mark.
So again, is it your understanding that we automatically absorb 80% of the energies and we're 20% short, which causes us to kill and eat other creatures?
Yeah, certainly, because there's no parasite that is dominating this earth. And, when you think about it, we only have 8 billion people. And each of us is carrying 73 trillion cells. And to maintain the MAGRAPH position of each of these cells, there is bacteria. And that bacteria is of a higher population than the cells. So it's a number that I can't even comprehend. And these parasites are all able to control this bacteria. So whether there's an overflow of bacteria or a lack of bacteria, then that gets fulfilled in both cases, just like a locust would come. Locusts will come once their mission is fulfilled, and they would leave. So nothing is overrunning this planet because there are checks and balances. And there is one anomaly, and it's called humanity. So such a small number with relationship to everything else that is on this planet, such a small number of us are affecting the total stability of this planet. That's disproportionate. And so, we have become the parasite to this planet. And we find that when we leave, and this is true, because when the soldiers leave the field, the flowers that they trampled on may be hurt, may be bent, may be broken, will grow back. They don't need the soldiers. When the soldiers leave, the plants will grow. You really have to question which one has the stronger field.
And someone hearing this teaching for the first time, as I did earlier on, when I heard Mr. Keshe say you can feed without eating, they may think this is a total impossibility. I mean, we look at the lion, they're eating, the ants and the birds and the rest of the. Are there any structures on this planet that actually exist more or less without killing? I'm thinking of some of our vertical friends, perhaps.
Well, the cyano plankton, they manifest through photosynthesis.
So again, the idea of the plants and their ability to not kill things for the most part, I think, is we have a lot to learn from this vertical family more and more. That you can survive if we learn these techniques or the ability, maybe it's through the proper emotion and the rest of it, to absorb more fields without having to do the killing. I'm not per se involved in the killing, but I do have a lot of creatures in my freezer. I will say that. So I'm part of the process, but I can't think of many structures on this planet that live without killing.
No, there's certain bacteria that we consider beneficial. But since there's a precursor bacteria to create that, so the original attraction for the bacteria is of course the waste. And then once that is fulfilled, once the waste has been consumed, then that bacteria no longer has a shall we say, a gravitational requirement. So then it becomes consumed by another bacteria, and that bacteria, of course, is gravitational because now it's absorbed the energy of the smaller bacteria until it gets to the point where that bacteria is beneficial. So we see that we could take a body of water that has that is, let's say, unhealthy, and within a matter of 6 weeks, there would be the proper bacteria to grow, and then that water will be very, very clean. And so this is a natural process, and that cleanliness is arranged by the algae. So the joint forces of the bacteria and the algae grow, where one is a precursor of the other, to the point where if you say algae, oh my God, you say, well, you know, that's just pond scum. And, you know, how does that turn into a beneficial bacteria and a beneficial algae, which is now keeping the water clean? So our point of view with respect to the algae would change from being a parasitic nature to being a benefactor, a benevolent force. So that means each and every one of us can go through that same transition. We just have to understand what the intention is. And since the intention is coming from the source, then why are we overriding that intention? And so since we are the most impactful, we are causing the most garbage. And so the more garbage we produce, the more parasites we need to keep the checks and balances in place. So all this is a matter of positioning. And the point of this transition discussion today is that the intention for the parasites to get here has to do with the condition of the environment, because the parasites didn't suddenly move from one country to another country because there was a need. They go wherever that need is, regardless, because as far as the parasites are concerned, they don't see the fence that surrounds the field. They just look at the field and they say it's either yummy or it is distasteful. And so because we don't understand the basics, we put pesticides on our food to kill the parasites. But somehow the residue of those parasites and the residue of the pesticide obviously gets into our food chain, and so the cycle continues. And then we wonder, oh, you know, what's wrong with our environment? I think, you know, we have enough knowledge and we have enough education to arrive at the proper conclusion. But we have a lot of respect for the scientific community. But the problem is we also have a lot of respect for the movie stars, the acting community. And so that's one of the reasons we have problems, because we have a lot of movie stars that are in positions that are beyond their, shall we say, capabilities. And we give them the same respect. We need to understand our responsibility, and we need to understand our respect. And when we do that, then we gravitate towards the stable MAGRAV position. And that's what this earth needs. And how do we know that? Because we were born. That's why. Over to you, Mark.
I have a point I'd like to bring up.
Hi, Randy.
Hi, Alex. Excellent teaching today. You know, they estimated the global human biomass, which means how much does just the humans weigh? They estimated it at 287 million metric tons. These same scientists studied spiders for 5 years. They estimate all the spiders in the world ate between 400 million to 800 million metric tons worth of prey each year. In other words, the subset of bugs eaten by the spiders outweighs the weight of all the humans on Earth. And then another set of bugs will come along and eat the waste products from that. So when we understand about the parasites, every single one has a particular job. Like you said about the lion eating the intestines, and if you leave an animal alone, it just disappears. Nature brings things back into balance. Now it's our job as knowledge seekers to bring our bodies back into balance and going out and interacting with everybody else and with nature to bring that about back into balance as well. This year, I made some plant GANs. About every 3 days, I'm putting 25 gallons of plasma water onto all the plants in the yard. So I imagine this yard energetically is quite interesting. I've noticed more animals here this year because of that. We can't grow lettuce or kale because the deer, time it goes half grown, the deer are there and it's gone. So animals will instinctively go for the best food possible. And again, everyone has parasites. Take a look at your skin underneath a microscope. I think someone said there's 50,000 different kinds of good bacteria just on 1 square inch of your skin. They have a job. So I'll leave it back to you, Alex and Mark. Thank you.
Well, you brought up a really good point, Randy. You know, the best food that's available. So you understand why scum suckers exist.
And in your list of parasites, is fungus included or fungi? Is that another type of parasitical action?
Well, yes, of course it is. And I didn't discuss that purposely today because it involves another activity called fermentation. And you know that there's a beneficial aspect of fermentation. You know, we have bread, we have wine, we have cheese. So, yeah, this is, but yes, you're correct. Now that would be a representation of a malaise or a acidic part of the environment. And so that becomes a point of correction. Good call, Mark.
Okay, anyone else would like to ask a question or take an exception or have a go at Alex? I think he's tough enough to take it. Are you tough enough to ask?
You know, Mark, it's a very interesting thing. You know, when I proceeded on this course for this particular class, and I was doing my research, you know, I never knew about a sectorian, but I thought it's pretty amazing. You know, when you look at its structure and you say, my God, you know.
I thought you were going to say these are a type of antennae or something that allows them to absorb fields or energies, perhaps. And maybe they are a dual purpose. I don't know. They're probably made out of nanomaterial, very similar to our hair in a way. But what do I know? about
Well, they
cytoplasm.
have to be in a nanomaterial because, first of all, the organism itself is microscopic. So when you look at the hairs are smaller than the organism, right? And then you see these little things inside, and they're smaller as well. But these hairs are hollow, so they are definitely in the nano range, and they are definitely nanotubes. So you know, nature is already showing that they can do this without our intervention, insofar as I mean, the sectorian is building these nanotubes, and it is following a blueprint, and this manifestation of this blueprint is clearly different from you or I. And so this becomes an example of what happens when you change your environment. The point of the matter is this: as a humanity, the sectorians are not part of our family, but they exist in our physicality. So this is good that we have this shall we say boundary, or this differentiated layer between us and them. So we gravitate towards our species, and yet this earth can support various species. So in the discussion in one of the knowledge seekers workshops, we said, well, what happens if you transmute to another location and you find yourself in the midst of a non-friendly species? That would not be good. So through the natural selection process, we have to have the confidence that when we transmute, we will be transmuting to an environmentally friendly location to our species. But the manifestation of and the conformity is dependent on the environment. So I think we can safely say that this species that we're looking at is different from our species, and we would not manifest in a group with them, but we would manifest in an environment that is friendly to our species, and we would look differently. And this species of sectorians would also transmute to a different environment. And I think it would be safe to say that they wouldn't manifest necessarily as they have manifest in this planet if the environment is different. And it would also be safe to say that they wouldn't manifest into our conformity because they're of a different species.
Agree.
Oh, this is great. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting. If we manifest in a different location, all the, let's say, man types would actually manifest in a very similar manner. And I guess these suckers would also manifest very similar to one another, but not this particular shape. just as we wouldn't manifest as a man in most other environments. But we would all look very similar, close to the same, I would say.
Wow, that's great, Mark. That is,
No, that's Mr. Keshe's. It's not.
well,
But at least you'd recognize, wow, this one, one eye and three legs, he's from Earth, like me. I got one eye and three legs. So we can sort of, in a way, gather in a cadre of sorts. At least we'll know the ones perhaps from this planet as men. The other ones, I think we'd have to find out. And even other entities coming from other planets, they land on the same planet, they won't manifest the way we manifest. They'll manifest according to whatever those energies in that structure allows it to be. So we'll still have quite a wide diversity, I think, on many of the planets as these entities learned the transmutation.
and Mark, if we had a choice, and these guys look pretty nasty, but look at these other guys that are surrounding it. They're looking pretty nasty as well. So, if you had a choice, you would say, well, wait a second, let me stand back and let the sectarian take charge. Okay, because I don't like these other, from my point of view, I'll call them nasties. Don't like them. Okay, but this guy's getting rid of them. And then I'll deal with him later. But the thing is, he's not interested in dealing with me. He's interested in dealing with these other nasties, and he's become extremely efficient, more efficient than Buddy there with the rod. This guy only has one pole. He's not a very efficient fisherman. But you look at this guy; he has 4 poles. So I'd say he's much more efficient. But both of them are getting rid of nasties, which I don't particularly like. But that's just my opinion. Maybe I should like them. Maybe he's
I
getting
think
rid
you should absolutely like them, because this is another face of the creator. If I can take the screen for a moment and then
Go ahead.
take it back. Okay, we're gonna try this. And let me see, we're gonna share this, but then we're gonna go to this one. Here's another, this was on the cover of the Plasma Times, which I encourage anyone who hasn't seen this publication. It wasn't around for very long, but it certainly had some shocking articles in it about a new understanding of everything. So would you say this is a picture of the creator in a way? Would you call this fella the creator? I don't know if this is a real bug, or it certainly looks like it. And so I wanted to encourage the research in the Plasma Times, but as Mr. Keshe said, the creator shows himself in trillions of faces, not only on this planet, but across the universe. And so yesterday, when I was in the garden, let's say, or doing a little bit of landscaping, I happened to bump into this beauty. Very small, the size of your fingernail, perhaps, or yeah, fingernail on your pinky finger. But is this another beauty of the creator that we won't take up any war against? I just thought I'd play this. To me, this is another beauty, just as the plants are as well. So we see the creator manifesting itself. Let me just play this. I think it's kind of cute, especially the ending. And I lost him a couple times. I actually went back in the house to get the camera, and when I came back out, I couldn't find him. But then I noticed this fella again, and quite a unique structure. But I bet if I had a picture of the head, you would see the very similar to this guy. Maybe not. But so here I am photographing, and it does obviously look like a tick because of the smallness of the head. I don't know if this is a dangerous one or not. And now he's getting a little bit shy. He's going to head back into the dressing room here. But I appreciate him showing the structure. And you'll see him actually go back into his dressing room here. And he sort of kind of plops into it. But this is just another beauty of the creator or the creator himself. Thanks for showing yourself. That was the end of that. So I thought we'd have a little bit of fun with that and encourage everyone to take a look at some of these back issues of the Plasma Times. Again, 6 portals that Mr. Keshe talked about, a huge article on the herpes simplex virus and how we actually come in contact with it. And I think 75% of the planet has it. And a bunch of different articles in here. I think you'll have a lot of fun. This is from January of 2019. So there's a lot of great articles. Go ahead, Alex, take the screen back, please. I just thought I'd show another beauty of the creator or the creator himself. As he said, it's me as you.
That was a really good thing you showed there, Mark, because this is a tough question, and it could be heresy in many circles. But you know, it is worth asking if God made man in the image of himself.
He made the whole universe in the image of himself.
Precisely.
And again, this is a hard thing for many of us to get over, as we thought we were the top of the food chain and the center of all things. We're just a small piece of the speck of dust in a corner of some not God-forsaken galaxy, but in one of the galaxies, let's say. But we're quite insignificant. But as Mr. Keshe said, this insignificant dust is becoming quite significant in the universal community itself, as we will be one of the first to understand the transmutation process fully, only to share it with the other entities across the universe. Anyone else have a question? Alex is more than ready, capable, and willing to answer your question.
Well, I hope you guys had fun today. This process continues. All of us are looking for different ways to describe the same thing to facilitate the understanding and get to broaden the scope of the understanding. But each of us in our own way has to be able to do that, because the knowledge is not exclusive to some. It's available to all of us. So this is the challenge. How do we deal with the new knowledge seekers? How do we deal with the mature knowledge seekers? And how could we help each other out? Because that's how things grow. So we all have choices. We can live like parasites, or we can live in a community. Thank you all for allowing me to continue to present.
Okay. Anyone else have something on the tip of their tongue, or was there a reason for you coming in today that brought you here to perhaps share something that you've wanted to share, but yet you were a bit hesitant about it? Thank you very much, Alex, again. We will be renewing your contract, hopefully, in the upcoming months. I don't think the fee will be any different than you're getting now, but we do thank you so much for sharing with us.
There's a price increase coming.
Okay, yeah. Oh, right in with the structure, right? Yeah. Everything
Yes,
seems to be.
it's tied to the cost of living.
I thought it was getting less expensive as you absorb more fields. You don't need the healthcare and you don't need the grocery store. Let me just share this. But anyway, we want to thank you all for being here today. What I'm going to do is play Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. And may you be proud of the work you do, the person you are, and the difference you make in this world you're existing in at the moment. And of course, keep the three wise men with you. They're quite efficient and beneficial for your entire structure and even structures of the others. I think this creates a beautiful shielding. Mr. Keshe does keep mentioning this ethos of Mitra, of thinking, speaking, and acting good. So remember the three kings to always, or the three wise men, actually. The kings is what we see, I think, portrayed in certain aspects, but these are the three wise men. And so I'm going to play Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. And again, the offers in the Keshe Foundation store. We see the test for transmutation. You can take the foundation up at that offer. We have the conferences coming up in Iran next and then Washington to follow. We have the research centers that need to be filled, and this is coming up in a very short time as well. And I just thought I'd bring this up. If there's anyone who can donate for others to be able to enjoy some of these things that don't have the funds in their account or available to them, feel free to make a donation. As we sponsored some people to the Sanya event, I think this was the German knowledge seekers as well. And so feel free to make donations, whether it's for a product, and you can purchase those as well, or for the research center, the conferences, or the transmutation tests. And again, even giving in that way will bring back a nourishment to yourself. Maybe you don't believe it in this technology, or it seems kind of strange, but there's something about it that you're inquisitive about. And if you'd like to help another to elevate in these, all these technologies are for the elevation of the soul of the man and the planet and the rest. So feel free to make a free donation to the Keshe Foundation. And you can designate what it's for, or you can allow the foundation to distribute that donation. And we thank you in advance for that. So I'm going to play Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. I want to thank each and everyone for being here. And again, bringing this change in a, I see the word unusual. Dean, thank we wonderful as usual. Okay, it was usual, not unusual. Who else, Randy, has said the lion's rule of the jungle. You are eating or being eaten. Well, hopefully we can elevate or become elevated, one or the other. I know the whole structure is going through this transition, and hopefully we don't have to go the super hard way. But as Mr. Keshe said in the last workshop, man may need a kick in the bum or an elevation of the posterior for him to sort of wake up. I think he had mentioned that. So we want to thank you all for being here, holding a small part of this very large carpet, and you can make a difference. I think the most important work we're doing right now is that elevation of the souls of the world leaders, the religious leaders, the scientists, and the rest, whatever is important to you. And that's a very important work to get this. So whether you can provide a nanosecond every day or a minute or whatever you'd like, you'll find that, again, you'll get nourished, you'll get elevated in the process of elevating the others, even if they elevate above your level of understanding. Again, I want to thank the Brazilian team for providing a background for us today. And it's a beautiful work they're doing as well. Okay, so I'm going to play Keep the Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, the final disclaimer, because that's another very important aspect. This foundation has, a lot of people have had their sights on it, and I'm sure they still do have their sights on it, because this is the pinnacle of knowledge, as I understand it, as I confirm to myself on this planet. And so a lot would like to see the foundation being taken over. So we do want to keep the Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, that all in the very near future, much closer than any of us can imagine, will be able to enjoy, from the feeding without killing to the wellness structure, the space travel, and the rest of this. And again, this planet will become the oyster of those who serve. Okay, let me just find that one here. Anyone want to add any last thoughts or words you'd care to share? Okay, here we go. Thank you all and have an amazing rest of your day.
Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you can consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist, and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure They will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new colors appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create a condition? Would you like to change the screen, please, Greg? Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors with a new technology remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.